Alrighty, well, we are gonna have some upset people today, and by upset people, you know, we just lost Michael Bacon on the Intrepid Studios Ashes of Creation project. He has moved over to Amazon Game Studios. Really big thing, man. Really big announcement. But I want to make sure that we address it appropriately. A lot of people freaking out this morning. A lot of people worrying. I want to say this. 5 years at a company in that industry is a long time. 5 years, really long time. Remember, everybody's got their own personal hustle. Michael laid out. Let's not call him Michael. Let's call him Bacon. Bacon laid out the vision, the direction, of the environmental art in Ashes of Creation. The trick to that is what Karthos just said. Either Amazon offered him a truckload of money, or he's done all that he can do, right, with Ashes of Creation, and he wants to move on to other things. I don't blame him if he wants to move on to other projects. I mean, he lives in San Diego. He's been the lead environmental artist at Intrepid Studios from June of 2016 to January of 2022. That's 5 years. That's 5 years, 8 months. Let's hope he finished the game first. He didn't. We know that for a fact. If they had the entire world, the entire environment, everything ready, we wouldn't be in this boat, right? But he lives in San Diego, and he had the opportunity to move over to Amazon Game Studios. There's obviously a reason. It doesn't look like it's a bad reason. The truth of the matter is people move around all the time for upward mobility. Some people are going to say, oh, like the same thing they said about Jeff when Jeff left. Oh, he should have stayed with the project until it launched. He should have done this. He should have done that. Well, would you do the same thing? Like, would you stay at a company that was 3 years past delivery, just to say, well, you stuck with it? Michael Bacon is a well-known name in the art in video game world. I mean, he's got some really major titles attached to his resume. But this is common, and people need to not worry. People don't need to freak out. I mean, there is a limit to, number one, there's a limit to how much Steven can pay any individual person. You have the right to do whatever your heart tells you is right for you. Yeah, exactly. And then the problem is, you guys remember a while ago I said Intrepid Studios should have been doing like the same series that I do called Ashes 101. Intrepid Studios should have been doing game development and design 101 to teach their own community about game design and development. Well, I truly, genuinely mean this. Intrepid missed a golden opportunity to explain several things that were going to happen very, very publicly were going to happen with the Ashes of Creation project. And that's like trying to explain to people week in and week out, well, Intrepid must not be in a really good shape because they're hiring all these senior people. Well, senior doesn't mean leadership. It should. If you're bringing on a senior person, that person should have a certain leadership je ne sais quoi feature about them where they can mentor and grow up junior people underneath them. But senior only references how much experience you have in your field. If I get offered more money to do the same job somewhere else, I'd be dumb not to take it. Somebody says money isn't everything. Money isn't everything, but I'll tell you this, I've never been sad on vacation. Money isn't everything when you're in a good working environment, but when you're in a good working environment and you want more money, money does become everything. Sometimes people will take a pay cut to leave a toxic workplace to go to a better workplace. However, if you're already in a really good workplace, if you're leaving it, I'm betting you're leaving it for the money. And when anybody tries to say, well, it's not about the money, no, it's absolutely about the money. But a lot of the Ashes of Creation community, we constantly have to try to teach them, all the time. Senior doesn't mean they're bleeding leadership positions. Senior means how many years of experience that is. And then, I mean, there are a lot of people on the Ashes of Creation Discord that talk and they make my head hurt because I'm trying to wrap my head at whatever angle they have to see life from the perspective they do. And even on this show, I had to explain it to somebody. When you're a startup company, you hire a lot of generalists. And then as time goes on, you hire specialists for the capabilities that are more time consuming and to augment the weaknesses of your first hire. And somebody said the other day that a specialist is always going to be better than a generalist. And I said, no, you can't say that always. Because a generalist, you might hire a general person, a generalist, who can touch a lot of things, right? They can touch a lot of things, but then, like, for example, you bring me on as a logistician. I can run your vehicle fleet. I can do your contingency operations. I can do your deployment and distribution. You know, I can do your petroleum, but I'm not really going to be a good supply chain manager. I know the basics of supply chain management. I know the basics. I don't know the nitty-gritty details. So when it comes time to how are we going to organize the warehouse, right? How are we going to organize the warehouse? How are we going to organize the flow of traffic? How are we going to do, where are we going to put the vehicle maintenance shop? Where are we going to put the fuel pumps? Should the trucks refuel? Should the trucks refuel before they get cargo or after? Well, after, because you want the maximum amount of weight on the truck, not using the weight on the fuel. So that, but then when you get into the point, okay, we've got all the exterior stuff laid out. We've got all the flow of traffic laid out. How are we going to lay out the warehouse? I don't know. You better bring in a supply chain manager to do that. I can give you the basics, but they're going to just redo it. So that's generalist versus a specialist. When I say a generalist, it doesn't mean that a generalist doesn't have their specialties. A generalist will always have their specialty. At least one. And if they're a generalist with no specialty, start looking at that person's resume and why are you hiring that person? A lot of times what happens is you bring in one really strong generalist and then eventually that person collapses down into their specialty. So that's where I think Intrepid maybe should have started making those videos about 2 years ago, explaining the video game, specifically MMORPG development world, to the average user so that they could say, oh, I get it. I understand. It makes sense. With that said, we're going to miss Bacon. Bacon was an amazing guy, did a lot of amazing things for Intrepid. Not only was he an amazing environmental artist, but he used to run the streams. He was funny. He engaged with the audience. Now, why did Bacon stop engaging with the audience so much? Well, the community. One day I remember I was in the Discord and somebody treated Bacon like absolute shit. Demanding answers from him, and Bacon's like, I don't even have a yellow name. I'm just here as Michael. I'm just here as a guy. And this person just was being an asshat. And you know, the truth is, right now on the Discord, there's a hubbub going on because the same fucking perverts post their same perverted shit. And they get offended when you call them a pervert. Look, man, you're a pervert. You post perverted shit. I'm going to call you a pervert. The moderation on the Discord, it just isn't there. And then when Bacon's basically getting grilled and nobody timed out the person doing it. It's like Bacon's just here chilling. Behaving like that directly to a person in that manner should be grounds for permanent removal. Absolutely. Really painting a nice portrait of the community. I'm sorry. I paint with the truth. I paint with the truth. Apparently, there's incidents with moderators talking shit about community members between each other, and some of those got leaked. I'm sorry. If you're a moderator on a Discord and you have a personal opinion about somebody in that community, then you need to step down as a moderator. The moment you lose your objectivity, then you step down as a moderator, because your job is to be objective. Your painting doesn't have many happy little trees. No, today's painting doesn't have very many happy little trees, but we wish Michael Bacon all the best. He's going over to Amazon Game Studios, which, you know, I'm sure he thought long and hard about that decision. I would imagine he went over to Amazon Game Studios as the senior environmental artist to bring home the bacon, so to speak. Amazon Game Studios is hard to compete with. They see talent they want. Now, here's the problem. No, he's not going to New World. He's just going to Amazon Game Studios. They definitely need him, that's for sure. Nope, that's actually not true either. The only thing I don't hear complaints about on New World is the art, is the world, is the immersion, the lighting. The world looks good, the sound looks good. I mean, it's not like he's going over there to save a project. It's not like he's going over to like War Robots to like look at War Robots and say like the art here is horrible. Now, if he's going on the New World team, it doesn't say that. If he's going on one of their other unannounced projects, it doesn't say that. I do want to remind people, Amazon has several other projects. Whatever John Schmedley is working on, we don't know about. So there are a lot of other things that Amazon is working on. A lot of people didn't make it to Ebon Scale Reach, but it's quite pretty. I couldn't tell you. But New World is a very good looking game, so it's not like this is a game that looks like trash and they're bringing on a big name to try to fix it. New World's past the point of fixing the art. It really is. Now, for all the people that missed the first part of this, is this something to worry about? No, it's not. People leave startup companies all the time. Average amount of time in an MMORPG studio is 2 years. Bacon's been there for 5 years, 8 months, so he's well over the curve. Also remember, that's an average. So there are some people that are at companies for years and years and years and years and years. If we don't know how they're pulling their math, we don't know exactly how they get to their average. But this is nothing to panic about. This isn't like, oh my God, abandoned ship. Now, I did say a while ago that if Bacon left, I would start to be a little worried. And I am a little worried. Because I'm a little worried at a higher level of worry, not as a gamer. I'm a little worried that Steven didn't match the salary. Because Bacon is the sort of person you match the salary. You match the salary. Unless Amazon just simply was like, unless Amazon is worried about Ashes and simply offered Bacon a ridiculously stupid amount of money to be like, it's not so much that we want your talent, it's we want to deny your talent. We want to deny your talent to another studio. Of course, Amazon Game Studios is worried about Ashes. They tried to make New World like Ashes. Yeah, I mean, agree. That is assuming salary was the deciding factor. Unless they poached him to hurt AOC, yeah, basically. I'm sure it's been in the works for a while, and he would have left Steven without someone who can take over, but that's up to the boss to deal with. Hold up a second. I want to address that point, because I'm tired of seeing that point. I am tired of people constantly saying, I'm sure he wouldn't have left Steven without someone who can take over. No, that's a bullshit statement, and that's a bullshit like level of responsibility. If I work for you on an hourly rate or salary, either way, without profit sharing, the day I put in my 2 weeks notice is the day I put in my 2 weeks notice. I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you a replacement being available. Yeah, when you leave a job, you don't wait for a replacement, you just go. It's not my now. If you and I have an agreement on paper that you are required, if you are leaving the company, to give X amount of notice because profit sharing, payoffs, commissions, any of those things are tied to the amount of time you give us. And I've seen that in contracts. I have absolutely seen more than 2 weeks notice required. I have seen, I have seen positions that require full disclosure. If you're interviewing inside the industry, I've seen contracts with that. If you take a job inside the industry within 2 years, some of your profit sharing can be held or denied. But no, if I'm at a regular wage job and I interview and I get offered another job and I give you my 2 weeks notice, I give you my 2 weeks notice. If in 2 weeks you come to me and you say, I don't have a replacement for you, well, I'm going to turn around and I'm going to say, well, it sounds like that might be one of the reasons I'm leaving. Because you should never be in a position where a person taking a new job is detrimental to your organization. Because let's exchange leaving for a new job with getting hit by a bus. If nobody in the organization should be irreplaceable, because if you're irreplaceable, you're not promotable. If you're irreplaceable, it means that in a tragedy and an accident, the whole company's going to shut down. Everybody should be trained to do the job above them and the job below them. You should be able to do the job below you. Everyone should be trained to do the job above you. Certain specialty positions notwithstanding. There are certain specialty positions that you don't want them to know how to do any other job because it biases or pollutes the objectivity of that person. At the same time, your project manager is replaceable by another project manager. Your CPI expert is replaceable by another CPI expert. Those are widgets. Those are plug and play widgets. A good project manager can jump in the middle of any project. They don't want to, but a good project manager can jump in any other project and be like, yep, I need 48 hours to read and I'll be ready to go by Monday. I kind of feel like Ash is now how I feel about New World. Work on your game, that get back to us and show us there's something more substantive to show compared to some of the recent dev streams, but maybe I'm being too harsh. Well, you know, it's like, Steven made a comment today on the Discord, and he followed up his usual comment on cosmetics, and he said, I personally like the limited nature of the sales from a higher degree of exclusivity. From a business standpoint, we would generate more revenue the lower the barrier of entry into the monthly cosmetics. But as a collector, the exclusivity is nice to count on. The cosmetics aren't made as a means to generate revenue. They are part of the creating the world, and those who want to partake have the option. And let me say right now, bullshit. Let me just say that I no longer believe that statement, and I get offended when he says that. You tell me that the monthly cosmetics are designed to populate the world, and yet, ironically, when your foster ducks got killed, we suddenly had duck-related shit as the monthly cosmetics. Don't tell me that you have a list of things that need to get produced and you're following that list, because if you have that list of things that need to get produced, then why is it that... See, and this is when I hate when companies start to bullshit, because all you have to do is pull apart their public statements and you start saying, okay, if that's what you're going to say, then why is it when I come over here, if your statement is that all these things are designed to see the world, and I'm willing to believe that, right? I'm willing to believe that until for the other to clarify in regards to this specific thread, yes, the Leyline Ori can be placed on your house as a housing cosmetic. For the others asking about a clarity on a larger scale, I know there have been quite a few questions regarding cosmetics over the years. All right, so hold on a second. Watch this. I know there have been quite a few questions regarding cosmetics over the years. As we get further along in development, we'll be providing more specific information regarding what specific buildings, items you can place each cosmetic on. We'll update this for all past items. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So Steven says these items are designed in order to change and shape the world and develop the world. And now I had a meeting with the design team the other day. You mean February? Because you told me in February of last fucking year, you had a meeting with the design team as they are working on further details for the freehold system to help clarify some of the answers to the questions, y'all. All right, I want to just fucking say right now, I'm going to be persnickety, I'm going to be snarky, I'm going to be nitpicky. I'm offended that an official response has the motherfucking word y'all in it. I don't know about you, but if I was sitting at the top of the fucking food chain and I read a post that has the motherfucking word y'all in it, y'all'd be finding your ass a new job because we don't y'all our customers. And they will be sending me information that they've owed you since February of 2021. Once I receive this, I'll be working on a content update to reflect that information, and going forward, we will provide those details on each individual cosmetic item, updating all the past items to provide more clarity on what in-game items you can place these cosmetics on. Will take time once the process begins. No, the fuck it won't take time. Stop bullshitting. It won't take time. It's a fucking Excel spreadsheet. Name of cosmetic, column A, name of cosmetic, column B, what the fuck it goes on. If you don't receive it that way, who the fuck is tracking all the shit that still needs to get made? I am tired of fucking bullshit excuses being made that don't line up with the boss's vision. So please bear with us as we start from present to past items. Shouldn't they already know what the cosmetics do? Why would it take time? We lied to you a year ago when we said we were looking into it. Both of those statements are honest to God truth. Shouldn't they already know what the cosmetics do? Because shouldn't it be the design team says we need X number of houses, X number of forges, X number of stables, X number of taverns, X number of this. So they all go on the list, and then the art team says, I'll design one of those. So this is why, this is one of those, I am no longer going to be polite about it. I am no longer going to be polite about the fact that your cosmetics are a bullshit scam. Your cosmetics are a bullshit scam. You don't even know what the fuck the buildings, what buildings these go on, what items they go on. I called Margaret out on that shit last February, and I said, you don't even know what they go on. And she says, yeah, homie, we do. I'll get back to you. 12 months later, you haven't changed your process, so you don't give a shit about changing the process. We appreciate your support and patience. As systems get more finalized like the freehold systems, these very specific answers to questions will be easier to define moving forward. All right. Bullshit. You have now, so you have artists building things that the developers, you have artists making things that the developers don't want. Well said, though, as sometimes things need to be said. As long as the time goes on, more people agree. That's why I stopped buying cosmetics over a year ago. Stuff doesn't smell right. Why? How the actual fuck are you building and selling assets and then have to figure that out? Exactly. How is it that you are over a year into knowing you have a major complaint? So that goes back to, but as a collector, the exclusivity is nice to count on. The cosmetics aren't made as a means to generate revenue. They are a part of the process of creating the world, and those who want to partake have that option. First of all, slow the fuck down. Pump the fucking brakes there, Steven. What do you mean the cosmetics aren't made as a means to generate revenue? On your own Discord, you have said that the average revenue per paying user needs to be about $23 a month, or you project it to be $23 a month. What do you mean for those who want to partake have that option? They are a part of the process of creating the world, and those who want to partake have that option. You don't partake in any of creating of the world by buying cosmetics. Hey guys, down there in my merchandise thing, there is a steampunk sniper tumbler. I really, you know, if you want one, they're really nice. They keep 16 hours of ice. But that doesn't mean you're going to come back and tell me what merchandise to make. They shouldn't even sell anything until it's modeled in game, so I can see what I'm buying. At this point, I don't disagree with you. So they are admitting that they are selling cosmetics that they don't know what will go on. Won't they piss people off? And is it completely legal? No, it's not completely legal. It's not completely legal, and Intrepid needs to realize that. I don't know why so many people are fucking bumping their gums, right? I don't know why so many people are bumping their gums. But are they still holding to the Kickstarter pledge for cosmetics? What Kickstarter pledge? Kickstarter pledge, monthly cosmetics was never an unlock at Kickstarter. That's what I said years ago and people bit my head off. Yeah. Like I said, the White Knights in the Ashes of Creation community are the worst fucking people, because what they do is they rally behind everything Steven says. And what I saw from Steven's statement today, where Steven said, right? Steven said, as a collector, I want to make sure, hold on. I want to make sure I don't misquote Homeboy. Let me do this. I want to pull it down so everybody knows that I'm not misquoting Homeboy. And I'll do it this way. This I think is a little bit better of a way. Okay, so there is absolutely nothing wrong with what Steven's doing, right? Because it's his company, he can run it any way he wants, right? He's not beholden to shareholders. However, this is I want to bring it up so that it's on the screen when I read it one more time, so that there's no Jay said. Okay. I personally like the limited nature of the sales for a higher degree of exclusivity. From a business standpoint, we would generate more revenue the lower the barrier of entry into the monthly cosmetics. But as a collector, the exclusivity is nice to count on, in my opinion. So basically, you aren't making data-driven decisions, okay? You're not making data-driven decisions. You're making personally biased decisions, which I'm not telling you before anybody says, how dare you tell him how to run his company? I'm not telling him how to run his company. I'm not telling him how to run his company. But he is literally saying here, I recognize the fact, because everything before the word but is bullshit, and amateurs, when they type, don't recognize that. Just so you guys know, anything before the word but is, yeah, whatever. Just discount it. It's a lie, or they don't believe it anyway. From a business standpoint, we would generate more revenue the lower the barrier of entry into the monthly cosmetics, but I don't care. As a collector, the exclusivity is nice to count on. Because Steven is a rich dude, he likes exclusivity. That's biasing his view. I don't know why. And nobody at Intrepid Studios has done the market research to understand the high cost barrier to entry founders packs are being talked about everywhere. They're being talked about everywhere. And it would be fine then if Steven's ultimate statement, right, lined up with what the marketing director just said over on the forums. But now you got the marketing director saying, you got the CEO saying they are part of the process of creating the world, and you've got the marketing director saying we're creating stuff and we don't have a master list for it. Is that supposed to be reassuring for a company? You got a bunch of people running around developing things that like nobody needs, nobody's called for. That I've been saying it for months, and now with the disconnect with Margaret's statement and today, I don't really have a good warm fuzzy feeling about the process. If the cosmetics aren't there to make money, then why does Margaret treat every single live stream as a Amway rally and try to sell products. It's ancient news now, but ever since the strong push for our cosmetic shop during the attempted APOC rollout, it still bothers me. Yeah, and you know, that's the, you never get that egg off your face. Aren't you the company that released the broken battle royale that the monetization worked? With them pretty much admitting selling cosmetics to people without knowing what they were buying, and neither did they. And the combat system the way it is, and how they are always late and can never hit dates, the amount of misspeaks on the live stream, I'm really starting to get sour towards Intrepid. You know, the problem is you're not alone. And I know somebody's going to turn around and say, Jay, you're part of the problem because you constantly focus on the negative. I constantly focus on the negative, so why don't you do something, and why don't you just start making official statements to answer this stuff? None of my friends will join the game with me because of the cosmetic con fuckery. That and the combat issue, they won't touch it with a 10-foot pole, and that's kind of sucky, but can't change their minds. Well, the problem is you're not going to be able to change them. So what Intrepid is counting on is the same thing a lot of people bring up in the community over and over and over and over and over again. Is if you build it, they will come. Even if they said they're not showing up, they'll show up. So part of it is some of your friends will come play Ashes if Ashes is good. However, Ashes is very quickly building a wall around it. And again, I've been talking to Steven for years about this cosmetic issue. The cosmetic problem. You literally, a year ago, your marketing director came on my show, picked a fight with me, and said, well, I'm going to have that answer soon. And now it's a year later, and you're still having the same question. My question is, why the fuck is the marketing director even involved in that? Why is the community marketing lead even involved with that? Why doesn't Steven just release here's every cosmetic we've ever sold, and here's exactly what it goes on? But then the problem becomes Margaret fucks up the cosmetics twice, and what I don't get is, ready? And now this makes the statement that she made on the last live stream, and I had to get it clarified. This makes it even worse, right? Makes it even worse. If you're supposedly in all these talks with the design team about the cosmetics, then how has it been not once but twice you've misspoken about full body cosmetics being available at level 1? Why have you allowed the CEO to misspeak twice about full body cosmetics being allowed at level 1? And why is it the content creator who's supposedly, you know, the abrasive one, I have to contact Steven after both of those streams and say, hey man, you just did a 180 again. It's the second time. It is the second time this has happened. What the fuck is going on? The marketing lead having to contact the development team about the purpose of our cosmetics because it doesn't have one isn't great. Yeah. It's like a snowball effect, but it's going to be a long development period, and supporters come in at different times, so it gets renewed a lot. No, that's absolutely true. And you would think if you have the same thing coming up over and over and over again, then you would stop doing this shit. That you would recognize, oh, we have a problem. We have an image problem. Do you know what happens to companies that don't recognize they have an image problem? They fall long and hard till they hit rock bottom. When somebody is telling you you have an image problem, I understand that Sprite says image is nothing, thirst is everything. But when somebody is telling you you have an image problem and you're not addressing it, so we have an issue. When they hire a PR firm to fix it, but they already have a PR firm. So I'm guessing, let's see. Are we going to be taking any bets on how many of these issues get addressed in the next week's live stream? No. None. They won't. It won't happen. Hold on. I'm flipping through. I'm trying to find something that's mislabeled if I have it at all. I don't think I have it. I don't actually think I have the quotes. I don't keep everything. There's the recolor one. So because all they are listening to is the White Knights. Yeah, I view Intrepid Studios now like I view the White House press conferences. You know, and that's a damn shame. And I wish it wasn't like that. I wish it wasn't on that level, right? I wish it wasn't on that level, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. And I'm not gonna, you know, somebody said to me the other day, I'm never gonna get back in the official content creator program. Okay. I'm not gonna change. I am not gonna change my show. I am not gonna change my style. You know, to beg, scrape, bow, or kowtow in order to get into, you know, a program. If you're upset about what I'm saying, then tell me how it takes a year. How it takes a year to address an issue that is brought up every month. It doesn't. Don't tell me it's going to take a long time to do. Because if it's going to take a long time to do, what, Chris Atkins doesn't have a list of all the assets that have been promised? Don't you have a master list of this is every cosmetic we've developed? Because here, and this is what I'm saying. This is how the process should work, right? The process should work. Design needs a house, right? Design needs a house. And so it goes over to the art team, and the art team says, house, 1. And then the concept art team makes a concept for a house, and somebody says, oh, we can sell this. Now, that's how it should work. Design needs a house. The art team says, add a house, kicks it down to the concept artist and says, give us a concept art for a house. Dark, spooky, black, red, edgelordy. They come up with it, and somebody looks and says, no, we can sell that one. That one we can sell. But what I fear is, right? I fear what's going on right now is this. I fear that marketing, because Margaret says she designs all this shit, marketing is going to the concept artist. The concept artist is saying, here's the concept art. They're going to sell this. And then they're telling design, you will use this. I don't think it should work like that. When Steven says all of these items are being made to shape the world, that's great. That's great. Except, like I said, you had a master plan that you were going to have ducks, duck companion pets, and duck mounts in your world. You originally said you were going to launch before 2020. So shouldn't you have had all the concept art for all the concept ideas for all the art that was in the game? Shouldn't all of that have been mapped out? But you're selling cosmetic freeholds, but you don't even know what building they go on? So hey, have you heard anything about Michael Bacon quitting Intrepid Studios? It says he works for Amazon on LinkedIn. Yeah, Michael Bacon left Intrepid Studios to go work for Amazon Game Studios as a senior environmental artist. He left his lead environmental artist position. But you know what else? Can I just say this? And this is gonna make me sound like the fucking dickhead asshat. Okay, And I don't care, guys, because there is a level of incompetence that I can't tolerate, right? There is a level of incompetence I will not accept ever. And because I don't expect piss poor performance, I don't accept it. Case in point, before anybody says anything, you can go to my Discord. If you want to shit check me, you can go to my Discord. You can go to a channel called Ashes 101 Feedback. It's the feedback channel specifically for my Ashes of Creation website. This morning, I woke up, that channel was highlighted. Somebody pointed out a mistake. I went in, I fixed the mistake. I uploaded the change. It's already done. It's done. It's finished. I got that change after I found out about Michael Bacon, and my update was done. However, I do want to point out that for some reason, here is the team leads, and there's Michael Bacon. Don't tell me Michael Bacon just said, "Fuck you, Steven," and walked out. Don't tell me he did that, because I know Michael Bacon. I know the man. I know the myth. I know the legend. I know he didn't just walk into work this morning and say, "Fuck you, I'm out." Especially not at 6:30 in the morning Intrepid time. He would have put in 2 weeks notice. Why the fuck is he still up on their website? Michael Bacon is no longer your lead environmental artist. He's over at LinkedIn. Should have already been removed for that. Yep. And don't tell me it's hard. Like when Margaret said the one time, like Zetrix and I were in the chat and they talked about how hard it is to make these website changes, and Zetrix and I laughed. And Zetrix was like, Zetrix went over to their forums and listed out all the shit that was wrong with their website and how they were doing it. We talked about their website from a marketing perspective and an advertising perspective, and we called him out. What if he has 2 jobs? You wouldn't have 2 jobs. You would not be allowed. Amazon wouldn't hire you if you were going to continue working at Intrepid Studios. Intrepid Studios wouldn't allow you to be working there if you were going to be working at Amazon Game Studios. Non-compete. Amazon has a non-compete clause. I don't think Intrepid has the same level of non-compete because they use independent contractors. A team lead manager definitely has a notice period. Now, again, there is no you cannot require people to have a notice period. You cannot require them. You can say in order to have the job, you will agree to a notice period. But you can't 2 weeks notice is not mandatory. I quit is always an option. I quit is always an option. Now, at some companies, if you quit, your PTO is just lost. At some companies, I know at Apple, if you don't give your 2 weeks notice at Apple, then your commission checks are held for 240 days by contract, because they need to make sure that you didn't have a bunch of people coming in buy phones, and then you get your commission check and then you leave. So your commission check is always, your last commission check is held unless you're on good terms with the company. Whoever is in control of website and Ashes is incompetent. They have too much downtime on Ashes and updates happen way too late. Why the fuck is it not my fix implemented? The bugs I've contacted them about is still present. Yep. Here's the thing, right? I do not understand in the slightest why Zetrix, who I know to be a competent web designer, because he's my web designer, has contacted them and said, you have bugs on your website. But I guess that's what you get when you use an Eastern European, Ukrainian website developer when you're in San Diego. You are literally, and Zetrix didn't just say, you have a problem and you should fix it. Zetrix comes from the Paradox Gaming Network, and our mentality when we bug hunt is, here is the bug, here is everything you need to know about it, and if we can provide you the fix, we provide you the fix for it. Zetrix gave them the fix for it. Nope. Year later, when they talked about how great the website was, and we talked about it on my shows, like, this is bad advertising, this is no meat. tell me again I'm going to be getting some blogs this year. Just stop. You're not going to send them. Why not use a YouTuber's discount for Squarespace? Dude, you're a couple of hours from San Francisco, which the last time I checked, and I did, is still the website design mecca of the world. Right? Why not just hire somebody for a couple of bucks an hour? I mean, shit, all you need is Dreamweaver, you know? $50,000 in a remote position buys you a website designer. But no, they make a big deal. Oh, we've partnered with this company. You've partnered with a Ukrainian company? Does Ashes of Creation be affected long-term now that Michael Bacon has left the company? No. People leave startup companies all the time. Michael Bacon leaving isn't a big deal. Michael Bacon leaving is a big deal for me because Michael Bacon is the last of the OGs that I know that have a stacked resume. Amazon Game Studios, though. Yeah, why yikes? Michael Bacon isn't going there to become a leader. He's not going there to be a manager. They probably pay a lot. Shit, yeah. I'll tell you right now. People that say Amazon Game Studios this, Amazon Game Studios that. If your response is to say Amazon Game Studios, yikes, you have no business acumen. You have absolutely no understanding of business. You want the rank and file person. You want the rank and file person to give a shit about the politics of a company. The rank and file person doesn't give a shit about the politics of the company. The rank and file person gives a shit about how many zeros are on their paycheck, how much they're getting per 2 weeks. Are they getting benefits? Yeah, but you said yikes. You said yikes. All right, so here's another one I wanted to point out because people don't understand the way the laws, the rules work. Testers at Raven Software, a division of Activision, say they formed a union and are asking for voluntary recognition. First of all, if you're asking for voluntary recognition, you haven't formed a union. I'm sorry. That's just the way it works. The 34-person unit is the first ever union in the big budget video game industry. Okay, they're not a union. I want to explain this shit to people. Dealing with workers who want to unionize is easy. No, they're not. No, grumpy old man, they're not even a union. They're not even a union. And to say not legally is incorrect. They're not a union. They're not a union. They are a collective organization that is asking for recognition so they may evolve into a union. And this is the dumbest fucking thing I've seen, because are you really asking Activision, who's already entered into an agreement to be purchased? Voluntary recognition of a union is a way to go about being unionized. First, and then second of all, I do want to point out that this bullshit, this 34-person union is the first ever union. No, only 78% of them officially say they want to unionize. So it's not even 100% of the 34 people. It's 78% of the 34 people say they want to unionize. Now, in order to unionize, you only have to have 30 people on a payroll ballot, anonymous payroll ballot, say that they want to unionize. And then the National Labor Board comes in, holds an anonymous election for your workers, and then if it passes, they're unionized. Except there's one piece missing of that people don't understand. Hi, we had our election. Hi, we've unionized. Hi, you're fired. Thank you for your service. But this, I am the Rock, and this is Walking Tall. You're all fired. You can't do that. Oh, yes, there you go. They have to obtain a contract. We've unionized. You're all fired. All of you. You're all fired. You can reapply for your jobs. You can't do that, really? Which part of the you are ignorant as to the formation of unions are you quoting to say I can't do that? They have to obtain a contract, which is why if you are management anywhere, and anybody who's not management ever comes to you and says, we're thinking about starting a union, don't talk to me about it. Follow all the proper procedures and walk the fuck away. And go let your boss and your boss's boss and your boss's boss's boss know. If you are a member of management and somebody says, we're in talks to start a union, the only answer is follow all the proper procedures and walk away. Because any negotiation with them is legitimizing their union. The National Labor Board may come in and say, the National Labor Board may come in and say you negotiated with them in good faith and therefore you entered in collective bargaining and therefore you recognize their union. That's the part, 2 weeks notice people forget. They can get rid of you at any time. Yes, one of the interesting things, about putting in 2 weeks notice is sometimes when you put in 2 weeks notice, you got it. A lot of people like to not tell the story accurately. If you walk in and you give me 2 weeks notice and I pay you out, I say, you know what? Ready? Here's a box. Go box up all your shit. Give me your keys. You don't even touch your computer. As soon as, hey, Shelly, call IT and tell them Billy Joe Bob is done, right? Billy Joe Bob, done. Passwords, everything gone. Here's your 2 weeks. We're going to give you your 2 weeks pay. They didn't fire you. They did not fire you. You quit. You quit. Always keep in mind, if you give 2 weeks notice, you are quitting the job. If you give 2 weeks notice, even if they pay you out for the 2 weeks because they don't want you in the building, they didn't fire you, you quit. When I was a teenager, I gave a job 2 weeks notice. They told me, cool, don't come in. We'll pull you off the schedule. Yep, and that's their right to do. That is their right to do. And I want to remind people, if you give 2 weeks notice and they say, cool, don't come in, we'll pull you off the schedule, they haven't fired you. I see so many people waste their time, effort, and energy going to unemployment and saying, well, I put in 2 weeks notice and then they didn't let me work the 2 weeks. Well, you can't put in a claim. Well, they fired me. No, they didn't. You quit. That's why I always remind people. And somebody here said, make sure if you have PTO that you take it before you put in 2 weeks notice. If your PTO says you'll be paid for any remaining PTO when you quit, then if you need the extra money, quit, get paid for the PTO. If you have sick time, take it. I put in a month-long notice and my replacement has yet to show up. They got until February 1st. Yeah. Giving people in a month-long notice is nice. 2 weeks notice is a courtesy. You aren't required to do it. Correct. Let me back that up. 2 weeks notice is a courtesy. You don't have to do it unless you have a contract that you have signed that specifically requires you to give 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks notice. When people say they can't make you sign that contract, you're right. They can't make you sign that contract. They also don't have to let you have the job. I had a job where I was required to give 4 weeks notice. I was required. Can the company tell you to leave immediately after the 2 weeks notice? Yes. Some jobs think they can convince you to stay and only pay after 2 weeks. Can the company tell you to leave immediately after the 2 weeks and only pay after the 2 weeks? Well, yeah, they would. You show up today and today's the end of a work week and you give 2 weeks notice today. The company can say, thanks, don't ever come in again. They don't have to pay you shit. They can turn around and say, we're going to just go ahead and pay you the 2 weeks. Don't come back. They'll give you the pay on the next normal schedule. The only time a company is required to pay you is when they fire you and then you're say, oh, I'm fired. I'd like my last paycheck. That's the one that fucks with them. You have to know your state laws. There are some state laws that if you get fired on the spot, they are required to give you your last paycheck immediately. It's a courtesy and might look better to future employers. It's bullshit. Ready? How do you know if somebody gave their 2 weeks notice? It's not a question you can ask. The only three questions I can ask, at least in my state, remember, a lot of these are state to state. So all of you Europeans, we don't have one collective American set of rules. Just like you guys have EU rules and country to country rules, we have federal law and we have state laws. In my state, I can only ask three questions to your reference. The only three questions I can ask: what was their starting date and ending date? What was their starting pay and ending pay? And are they eligible for rehire? Are they eligible for rehire? You can't even ask the question, if they came and wanted their job back, would you give it to them? Are they eligible for rehire? Now, the person's going to say 1 January 2020 to 21 January 2022. They started off at $10 an hour. They left at $15 an hour, and no. Some employers will then voluntarily offer why they're not eligible for rehire. Some employers may offer that. They're not eligible for rehire due to company policy. Okay. Now I can call that person back when I'm like at a later date, when I'm not doing the reference call, and start asking them, you start to make friends in the networks. You know what those other companies' policies are. You're generally not doing a whole lot of cold interviews where you don't know the other companies in your industry. And you usually all have similar company policies. Do employers ever ask your ex-employers? They can, but not about 2 weeks notice. The company I currently work for tried to retain me for a 10% raise. Too bad I got offered 25% at my new job. Did you tell your new job? Did you tell your current job that you got offered 25%? Be like, well, there's a reason I'm leaving your company. It's because they gave me 25%. Maybe you get 27. In my province, in most cases, you are required to give 2 weeks notice if your tenure is 2 years or more. I can't talk about Canada. So, in America, you can now. What I'll tell you is, in Karthos might be able to shed some light on it in other areas. What I can tell you in my state, when it comes to teaching, you can't quit a job teaching mid-school year. You can, but the regional Department of Education holds on to your teaching certificate until the end of your contract for the year. So if you quit in January because you got offered better money, they wouldn't release your teaching certificate. So in my state, you can ask honestly held opinions or about any official documentation on the former employee. I don't know, wouldn't take a counter offer if it had a good reason to leave. They could just fire me afterwards. I guess I just can't take unemployment on the higher pay though. True. I gave my current employer 19 months notice. Yeah. Sparky, how about that? You and I shared the same employer, and that employer gave me 4 days notice when you're supposed to have 180 days notice. You're supposed to get 180 days to out process from the military. I had 4 fucking days. You're supposed to have 6 months. I had 4 days. The nice part is that everybody that told me, well, we can't possibly get that done for 2 weeks. Well, here's this general's card. They'd like to know why this can't get done. The reason why, Threather, is because any of the military people are about to groan on this. You're going to see them all. You're going to be like, oh, I retired out of the military with 14 years, 11 months, and 28 days. 14 years, 11 months, and 28 days. The people in the military can tell you that at 15 years in the military, you're entitled to a partial full pension, a total full retirement, not a medical retirement, which means I would have been eligible for concurrent draw, Right now, I don't get concurrent draw. So let me just say it this way. They knew how young I was. They knew that 2 days was going to make the matter of several... conceivably, here, let's do it this way. Let me tell you what the difference would have been over my lifetime. $2.5 million. I would have made $2.5 million more dollars had I had 2 more days in the service. 2 more days in the service would have been $2.5 million more dollars in my retirement fund. Them motherfuckers. Them motherfuckers. That fucking did me dirty. Yeah, it's okay though. Because I get to spend time with you guys. And what the hell? I get to spend time with you guys. And people wonder why I tell them the military does not care about them. The military only cares about you as long as the military needs you. The moment the military doesn't need you, they're like, who? Who's that guy? Who that? New phone, who dis? But what they did was legit though. What they did was legit. What they did was completely legit. What they did, by the reg, what they did was legit. So, does anyone care about you in this world without needing you? I do. I served for 14 years and 11 months. Yeah. The world doesn't run on goodwill. I think it does. I think for as negative as I am in my show about some things, because I realize that I do focus on the negative because I think that if we focus on the negative, we can make change. I do genuinely care about every single member of my community. What rank did I separate at? I separated as a captain, Air Force Captain 03, but I had previously been in Air Force E6, and then I had the full frontal lobotomy and went to OTS at wonderful Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. Good times. Good times. Good times. There's nothing like going to Alabama 3 times in 5 years for training. The swamp ass in Alabama is real. It is real. Oh. All my military brethren, I say the word swamp ass, they all have shivers down their spine. Do I get annoyed, upset by people thanking me for my service? No, I mean, some people do. I get mad at people thanking me for my service and then simultaneously then blaming me for the condition the country is in. I get mad at people thanking me for my service and then turning around and complaining about why the government spends $1 trillion on the military. What people don't realize is the military is actually the largest welfare system in the country. The military does more for impoverished people than anybody else. I always get tired of people saying that a disproportionate number of people in the military are minorities because recruiters go into poor areas and recruit the young black kids or the young Mexican kids to serve in the military. I don't know about you guys in whatever branch of service it's in, but I have never seen an all black or all Mexican unit in modern era. I have seen everybody is in it. I have seen, because your ASVAP isn't based on your academic education. Your ASVAP for a lot of kids is based on, have you been working on cars as a teenager? Have you been working on electronics as a teenager? Running joke is there was a guy in my BMET school, the guy could barely conjugate a normal sentence, but he was a minority and he was from Hotlanta, but he knew cars inside and out. So his mechanical score was off the chain. Isn't it smarter to recruit poor people? No. Why? Is this the Happy Friday show? No, it's the sad Michael Bacon Left show. It's a great opportunity for inner city residents. It's a great opportunity for everybody. Joining the military in the US is a great opportunity for everybody, right? It's a great opportunity for everybody, but you got to be willing to carpe diem, man. You got to be willing. Like I tell kids going in the Air Force, I say, don't try to fight for one of the great bases right out of tech school, because that's the trap. Fight for the shittiest base. Go to the base that you're not going to have any social life. Go to some base at 18 years old that has no social, you're going to have no social life. Go to Minot, right? Go to Grand Forks, go to Wyoming, go to the shittiest bases that you can find. Get your 5 level, be airman of the quarter every damn quarter. Use your GI Bill or use your tuition assistance. Yeah, FE Warren, go to the shittiest bases you can. Go to school, do the community service, BTZ to E4 early. When you move out, who gives a shit what 18 to 22 looks like? I am so tired of people saying 18 to 22 is when you 18 to 22 is when you should be living the best part of your life. No, 18 to 22 is when you should be hustling your ass off. So when you're 42, you get up in the morning, you see all the cars down your street all going to work when it's 6 degrees outside, and you're like, have fun with that. What do you think about the increasing tension around Ukraine? So, let me say this. Putin's a bully, right? Putin's a bully. Biden is not strong enough as a leader to scare Putin. Kamala Harris is. The vice president is. I think the last thing Putin wants is for Kamala Harris to become president. So, you know, I'm not worried. The Ukraine situation is so fucking stupid. You know, we're trying to go back to the Cold War era. But a lot of this, you know, a lot of the shit that we got going on is the stuff we have that it's the people, like somebody asked me the other day, well, they actually were making fun of me the other day. They said, Jay, you've been streaming and your show's not growing. You've been streaming and your show's not growing. I said, yes, because like we have lost more followers in recent weeks than we've gained. I don't want a hopium spam channel of people that are afraid of getting called out. Somebody said, I'm afraid to say anything on your show because I'm afraid of getting called out. I said, are you going to say something fucking stupid? Are you going to be, are you going to say something next level Muppet shit? And they said, well, no. I said, as long as you think about what you're about to say and what you're about to say isn't ignorant as fuck, come in and say something. You're not going to get banned. Yeah, just lost some viewers, man. Lost some viewers because the viewers are like, man, I don't want to get called out if I say something stupid. I want to be able to be stupid. I want to be a stupid, ignorant ass, bigot jackass on Jay's show. You know, that's not going to happen here. I think the people who are worried about the Ukraine situation are smart to be worried about it because we are very close in 3 parts of the world of sparking off world wars. 2 of them involve China. 1 of them involves Russia. And any world war that involves Russia is going to involve China. So, I think people need to realize that Russia got its ass kicked in World War II, and where Japan got rebuilding dollars from the US, Russia didn't really get anything. Because Russia's response was, we don't want anything from you dirty, democratic, pagan heathens. We're just going to take half of Germany. Japan was like, we're sorry, we started a war. And the U.S. has said, in exchange for you never building a military again, we're going to give you hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. And what did guys do? Do you remember the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s? Do you remember the 70s, 80s, and 90s? Where did every VCR come from? Japan. Where did the first generation of CD players all come from? Japan. Where did the first generation of DVD players come from? Japan. Microwaves. Japan. Now, microwaves are a little bit ironic. So, except now we want them to build a military again. Yes, because the thing is the U.S. was hoping that it would become the world leader. Japan and Taiwan, yeah. The technology came out of Japan. There wasn't a really good idea for the US to just abandon these things to allow Japan and Taiwan to make them all for the world. We made their economies rich. We made their economies rich. In exchange for that, we have to defend Japan. This world won't survive another world war. It won't. But let's just look at it for a second, right? Hold on. Let me see if I can get the number, the most up-to-date number. There have been 5.5 million deaths worldwide of COVID and all the COVID variants, right? 5.5 million deaths. The US has had 861,000 deaths from, and I want to say this, and I want to say it a very specific way. 800,000 deaths in what should be the most medically advanced country on the planet, which is basically no more than a common cold. Ultimately, COVID is no more aggressive than a common cold, but it's killed 5.5 million people worldwide in 2 years. What are we gonna do when some fucking superbug pops up, like, and it has the lethality of MERS or SARS with a 45 to 50% lethality rate with treatment? Yeah, what's gonna happen is people are gonna fucking die. This was a great dress rehearsal for people to understand that humanity won't survive a superbug. You think humanity is going to survive a zombie apocalypse? You think, yeah, the T virus, something with a 99% contagion rate with a 50 to 60 to 70% lethality? Yeah. Yeah, scream about rights while dying. It also, have you noticed in the last, that the people that died tested positive based on recent news? I'm starting to wonder if COVID was the cause of all those deaths. The thing is, you got people that won't wear a mask in public. You got people that say you're infringing on my rights. You got people that try to walk in a Walmart when Walmart has a you must have a mask policy. Walmart could institute a you must wear a mask policy from now until the rest of the time. And then that would be the end of it. It's like when the governor of Florida tried to say that the individual school districts couldn't have a mask policy. And the governor of Florida got told, you can't issue that order. You have to have your state superintendent of schools issue that order. And the governor's like, well, I'm issuing it. And the governor got told, well, that's great. But if you issue it, nobody has to follow it. But if your superintendent of schools issues it, they have to follow it. So then they turned around and said, well, is it going to be binding? And the response was no. Your local school district can withdraw from your state funded school system. Like, it amazes me how many people in the government don't understand how the government works. My town, yeah, but the money. Exactly. They don't stay in there because they want to listen to some idiot in the middle of the state capital tell them what to do. They stay in it so they can get the state money and the federal money. My school district can leave the state funding right away, but then they would lose the federal funding, and that would be a bad thing. Let's see. A world war wouldn't be that bad if we only stick to killing other humans and not the environment too. You're an idiot. I think you need to stop talking. I think you need to stop talking right the fuck now. Right the fuck now. Killing another human isn't bad. Get the fuck out of here. The fuck? What the fuck? I think you need to take a 15-minute break and walk away from your computer. So a bug would have to be miraculously bad to be that powerful. Then what the fuck do you think nuclear war kills, dumbass? What the fuck? Do you think they target environmental taking words out of context? No, man. Dark Paladin, this is about your last fucking warning on my show. All right? I've seen the way you like to troll everywhere. This is about your last fucking warning. I didn't take your words out of context. I took your words exactly one for one what you said. One for one what you said. What do you think nuclear war does? It kills a bunch of people. It won't be that bad. There won't be anybody left. A full-out nuclear war kills 99% of the people on this planet. You literally said it's not that bad if you only kill other humans. That's exactly, literally what you said. There is no context to take it out of. The only war that... You literally... the only war that needs to happen is you fighting that shit through shit thought process. Yeah, there you go. No, I think what's going on with Russia, the Ukraine, and China, I think where we've failed is we've lost the art of diplomacy. And part of that is, you know, growing up in the 80s, the 90s, people hated black people for no reason. Then people hated Mexicans for no reason. And then all of a sudden, as soon as it was Middle Easterners, all the Mexicans, blacks, and whites started being okay with each other because it was okay. It was the vogue thing was to hate the Middle Easterners. And then Americans are so dumbass that they go into a store owned by an Indian and they call him a Middle Easterner. And he's like, the fuck are you talking about? And people are like, well, you're all the same. And he's like, what the fuck are you? I'm from India. We're not even from the Middle East. We're from South Asia. There's a bunch of countries between us and the Middle East. It's like, you guys know what I'm talking about. Russia doesn't even want to be Russia anymore. Russia wants to be Europe. Have you seen this slow, my European viewers? Have you seen this slow roll shit happening? Where Russia's like, we're Europe? Be like, no, geopolitically, you were always the USSR. Geopolitically, you were always Russia. Geographically, you're half in Asia and half in Europe, but you've always wanted to be your own thing. Just like there is no Middle East on a map. There is no Middle East. There are 7 continents. And an interesting teaching technique about the 7 continents is that they all start and end with the same letter. America, America, Europe, Asia, Africa, Antarctica, Australia. I know people in New Zealand get all fucking pissy, but I didn't name the shit, okay? I didn't name the shit. You know, but that is the geographical names. The geopolitical names, there's a whole lot more. Like Oceania. Where did Oceania come from? Middle West was originally considered the Orient, and east of that was considered the Far East. No, you remember that incorrectly. The Middle East was never called the Orient. I mean, hold on. Hold on. Now you've got my brain. Now you've got my brain all confused. You're referring to the Near East. We're looking at old ass. Yeah, okay. I see where you're going with that. I see where you're going with that. And yes, if you're going the Near East and the Far East, yes, you are correct. Yes. You are, yes, you are. If we're doing the Near East, Far East thing, you threw me off by including the middle, yeah, you threw me off. I knew what he meant. He said the Middle West. He meant East. I got that. I understand where we're going there. Yes, that was considered the Orient. I gotcha. I gotcha. I think it's technically correct, but you got it. You're technically correct, but when you do that, you got to make sure you're considering the Near East and the Far East. A very important piece to that. because the Middle East doesn't exist in that construct then. So yeah, you're gonna have to Google the origin of that term. Yeah. Be interesting when you do, because then you gotta remember the Oriented Express. Yeah. Oriental rugs, you mean Persian rugs? Yeah. Absolutely. Because remember, when you talk about Persia, you're talking about Iran. And then it's the Kingdom of Heaven quote where Balian is getting instructions on how to get to Jerusalem, and he gets told go until the men speak Italian and then keep going till they speak something else. Everyone I have ever met from Iran says they're not Iranian, they're Persians. They are touchy on that. Yeah, not all of them. But I don't want to go into like a deep-seated I don't want to go into a deep political debate or discussion, but the Middle Eastern countries, you have to really know how to refer to them. Just like you don't, and one thing I used to like be good at was dealing with people. Listen to what I'm going to say here. Dealing with people from Iraq, okay? They don't consider themselves Iraqi. They consider themselves Sunni, Shia, Kurd. They don't identify with their country of origin. They identify. It's like Ashes of Creation. You identify with something below your citizenship, even though your citizenship is how everybody else is going to classify you. There's a lower level. It's like, and I'm familiar with this, and this is why it wasn't hard for me to comprehend. I'm from Chicago. Originally, I'm from Chicago, which means I'm from the city, because when you're from Chicago, the city, if you say, yeah, it's like 15 minutes outside the city. First of all, from Chicago, everything is 15 minutes. Everything is 15 minutes. You always find the point of origin, and it's 15 minutes from that. Number two, the city is Chicago. The lake is Lake Michigan. A lot of people will identify. I'm from Indiana. I'm from Missouri. People from Chicago are from Chicago. People from the rest of Illinois say I'm from Illinois. People from Chicago, I'm from Chicago. That's why it was easy for me to understand. It's also why people hate me, because I give them directions and they'll be like, well, where's the zoo? I'm like, I don't know. It's like 15 minutes from the airport. Well, how far is the airport? I'm like, I don't know. It's like, shit, it's like 15 minutes after you get over the border. Well, how far is the border? I don't know. It's like 15 minutes after you get past the mall. Well, how far is the mall from here? I don't know. It's like 15 minutes from the base. And so people are sitting there on their fingers like, where the fuck are we? My wife will just jump in. She'll be like, it's 47 minutes. Which I also don't. Does anybody else find it odd that people ask you for directions anymore? And they say, well, where is that place? Be like, you ask your phone. Like, how far is it from here? I don't know. Ask your phone. Well, I don't understand why. 'Cause ask your fucking phone. Like, do you remember, hold on, Grumpy Old Man, Carthos, some of you older gents, do you remember when you got your first GPS? People didn't want to take your car, but they want, hey man, grab your GPS. Remember that shit? Like, you had a Garmin, be like, hey man, grab your Garmin. One of the best communications classes I ever took was from a professor born in Iraq, but lived in 8 different countries. He really had home in that class with how much communication happens without words. Whole entire semester talking about communicating non-verbally by how you walk, stand, and posture. Yeah, that's one thing I tell people all the time. How you respond non-verbally gives people an indication as to how much you respect them. You never point like this. you open-handed gesture, because this is really aggressive and this is not so. This is I'm about to fight you. This is you need to back down. This is the items over there. This is the item is behind you. Never use this hand. For Americans, if you're going to be in the Middle East, this hand, just put it behind you. Grab your belt with it. Don't use your left hand for anything. Don't hand people things with your left hand, because your left hand in the Middle East is the ass-wiping hand. You only touch things with your right hand. Left hand, put it behind you until you're used to it. Grab your belt. Grab your belt. Just hold on to it. That way, you don't try to grab things. You don't ever hand somebody something with your left hand. So, my wife, I used to live in San Bernardino Mountains. Cell service was bad and the old smartphones didn't give you directions if they had no signal. So I was used to people asking for directions. But yeah, that's fine. That's fine. If you're up near my dad's place, GPS isn't going to work too well either. I'll give you directions. There's no one that gives worse directions than the country boy from Alabama. Yeah. You still give directions the old way? Do you give directions by street names? Or do you give directions by landmarks? You know what? We're gonna set that up. Yep. Karthos gives directions by landmarks. So do I. I give directions by landmarks, not by streets. A lot of times people tell me I give girl directions. I say, yeah, most of my friends are girls. See, that's where my wife and I are completely different. My wife gives directions. my wife gives directions based on street names. And my wife will be like, it's between first and second. My wife is getting frustrated. We've been here for 6 years. I'm the Joker. My wife's giving me directions. I'm like hitting the button. I don't... You give 90% of your directions to your mom, sisters, or girlfriends. Yep, see? That's why. If you don't give me directions by landmarks, I'm lost as fuck. Yeah. So, yeah, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go up... You're gonna go out the subdivision, you're gonna make a left. When it T-bones, you're gonna make another left. Okay? When it T-bones, you're gonna make another left, and then you're gonna stay in the right-hand lane, and when you can make a right-hand turn, you're gonna make a right-hand turn. And then you're just gonna go all the way down until you see the Walmart, and what you need is right there. Hang a left at the Chinese restaurant, you know the one with the good fried rice. Yeah, right? Just over yonder, past the grain elevator, about a half a mile. Make a right after the dip. If you get to the hollow tree that fell across the road back in '98, you've gone too far. Yeah, basically. So. My favorite is when they say turn by the trailer park, but fail to realize there's 20... Yeah, that's the one that pisses me off. Turn at the trailer park. Because I've been in that situation where there's no road sign anywhere and you're like, was that Birch Street? Fuck, I think we missed it. So, I lived on a street that sounded like Killer. And my girlfriend and her friend were coming over after work and it was in a snowstorm and they couldn't see the streets and they called me and they're like, well, we're here. And I'm like, I don't even know where that is. And they're like, well, we made a right on whatever. And I'm like, well, have you gotten to this street? No. Have you gotten to this street? So like, I'm basically fucking, so here's the main streets, right? So here in Chicago, everything's on a grid. Everything's on a grid. So in fact, we won't even do this, right? Literally, quite literally, everything is on a block by block grid. So this is basically all these are blocks. And this is a 1 mile by 1 mile grid. And there's eight this way, 8 this way. And they're supposed to either come this way, turn in like this, come this way, turn in like this, come this way, turn in like this. That's really how you get to my place. Well, there's all these streets in here, right? And they're like, we're at the corner of this and this. I'm like, I don't even know what fucking two streets those are. I know that this is like 103, this is 111, this is Costner, this is Pulaski. If you ask, and this is the street I'm on. I don't fucking know where you are, right? I don't know where you are. As they're driving in a snowstorm trying to get to my place, the friend screams out, "Oh my God, killer!" I'm fucking diving. I'm diving off the fucking couch to grab the fucking gun. I'm like, what? And the fucking street's name's Keeler. Fucking blonde chicks. So, yeah, I'm talking Chicago streets. I lived off of Pulaski. Chicago, it was, man, I was always shocked, man. It was always crazy. It was crazy nuts. I always thought Pulaski Day was like a federal holiday. Because in Chicago, you get Pulaski Day off school. My brother hates when people tell him head west. He has no concept of which direction he is traveling. My SUV tells me, I can tell my SUV to read the direction I turn. So, I had conversations where I give precise directions to people and they ask me, how the hell am I supposed to know 1.7 miles? Yeah. Are you not sitting in front of a seat of a giant distance measuring machine? Yeah. That is a big one for me. You do realize that there's this thing called a trip odometer. If you reset it, it will tell you how far you have gone. What the fuck? So. Oh, here we go. This is why I can't deal with people, right? This is why I can't deal with people, because this is the bullshit that I get all the time. This is my life. Somebody posted perversion on the Ashes of Creation Discord. And so what I just got was, I said to the person, what you're posting is perverted. And they said, I think it's just silly. And I said, of course you do, because you're a pervert. That's why you think it's silly. What the fuck is wrong with you? Can you ever just talk normally to people? Every time I read something in here and you chime in, it's always with a toxic attitude that you justify as being direct, being honest, proper criticism. You do know you can do all of those things without having to be a total asshole, right? Being right doesn't mean you have to be a dick about it. I'm gonna respond with... The irony is delicious. Who the fuck is this guy? I'm supposed to give a shit about a guy that posts filth in the fucking Ashes of Creation Discord? Did he also just admit you were right about him being a pervert? So he admits you're right about him being a pervert. Yeah, it's the Ashes of Creation, the AOC discussion on the official Discord. So you basically just said, I'm right about the guy being a fucking pervert, but I'm supposed to moderate how the fuck I respond to a pervert? I don't think so. If you're a fucking pervert, I'm gonna call you a fucking pervert. Just like, I want the dad who made a pedophile dig his own grave for abusing his daughter won't be facing murder charges. So, Karthos, when you don't know Jahlon and you decided that's the hill you want to not just die on, but be vaporized on. Yeah, if you don't want to be called a fucking pervert, dun dun dun, don't be a fucking pervert, right? But the fact that you would jump in, I get that I'm an abrasive asshole. I get it. I'm not gonna change. I tried. You guys saw me change. I tried. I tried to be nice for 2 shows, and it doesn't work. So, I figured you were just having a bad day, so that's what you were doing. No, I actually tried for 2 shows to change and be nice. But you know what? I'm not going to do that because, you know, you're going to defend a person who's being a pervert. Irony, I wrote to you in a civil way, and no, I was not referring specifically to mentioning being a pervert. I was talking about your attitude, I was talking about when you act like you're always right. You are right sometimes, but that doesn't mean you have to be a dick about it. So, confidence is a bad thing. It's easier to understand Jahlon isn't being a dick when you can hear him talk. I mean, he sometimes, but he only to idiots. Yeah, right? So, let's see. Now you agree with me when I say bullying furry that keeps posting suggestive word furry drawings on the AC. No, I called it out for being perversion. I called it out for being perversion because I'm not gonna look the other way when somebody wants to be a fucking pervert. The fact is, none of the mods did anything. None of the mods did anything. Then the fucking community manager got mad when somebody was, they were copying and pasting. And so, you know, the problem is I have no respect for the community management at the Ashes of Creation Discord because it is your fucking business. That is your business. You are an online organization and your Discord is the business. I have to be the fucking asshole. I have to be the abrasive one. I have to try to call out the fucking softcore furry porn, and I don't give a shit what type of porn it is. I would call out somebody for posting tits, dicks, ass, whatever, bush. I would call it out. It is no place. There is no place for it. There is no place for it in a business environment, right? If the moderators are going to continue to shadow ban people, right? Then they're going to wonder why people are going to keep doing this stupid shit. Keep doing this stupid shit. Somebody says dumbass shit to me, like, it's always with a toxic attitude. You can't justify being direct, being honest, proper criticism. I guess there are snowflakes that are upset that I'm supposed to be pretty please and polite. Can you stop being a pervert? Right? When did honesty become toxicity? When did honesty become toxicity? Oh, I know exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Karthos is posting what it was. It was unbelievably over the top. But was there any penalty for it? No. There was no penalty for it. And then I get pinged by somebody well over an hour later, and it's not your, it's not your job. It is not your job to police my behavior. It is not your job to police my behavior. If you have a problem with my behavior, go to the moderator. Then the moderator will either fucking man up and talk to me like a person and tell me what's wrong, or they'll issue me some fucking shadow ban modbot warning that I'll then turn around and go right back to the community manager with and say, please articulate in writing to me which one of the rules I broke. And then they'll be like, I'll be like, great, please remove this infraction off of my record because I ain't gonna stop. I fight that same battle. I can't be upfront and direct with anyone because not only do I have to engage in their argument, I have to filter through my response to cater to the emotional reaction to my response. Yep. So, sugar-coated insults. Yeah, people need their insults sugar-coated these days. Yeah, I just say it to you direct, and I'm the asshole. I guess what is it? Being honest, proper criticism. You do know you can do all those things without having to be a total asshole. So what you're saying is you can't practice what you preach. Because you said you can do all those things without having to be a total asshole. So you tongue-in-cheek, backhanded, called me an asshole. Well, that's okay. I don't take that as an insult. Because I say I'm an abrasive asshole. Being right doesn't mean you have to be a dick about it. Thank you for saying I'm right. And then he later backpedals in a future post to say, well, just because you're right some of the time. Well, hold up a second. You had you had over an hour. Shit, how long? You had over an hour and 45 minutes. Probably you had more than 2 hours to write that post. Yet you didn't craft it very well. Like, I give a shit. I'm not. Is there an appropriate amount of sugarcoating that you give to perverts? Because I thought the tolerance level was 0. I thought the tolerance level for perverts was zero. Zero tolerance. I guess not. So it had to be mediated in its safe space before replying. Yeah. Somebody made a really good point, and it was a minority female that actually made the point. And if a minority female is making the point, I'm going to listen to it a little bit more, because you would think by the rules that a minority female would want safe spaces, and the minority female actually said, if you need a safe space, get the fuck off the internet. High five. If you need safe spaces, get the fuck off the internet. Because it is what it is. And what it is some next level bullshit. I guess it's okay to be a pervert. So. And there's Sparky wasting brain cells arguing with the pervert. And the worst part is, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 moderators that are online. Not in Do Not Disturb mode. I'm not counting the ones that are away or the ones that are in Do Not Disturb mode. And not a damn one of them are going to step in and try to change the conversation, move the conversation, and not a damn one of them is going to say, not a damn one of them is going to go back and correct the person who posted the perversion and say, you're out of fucking control and you need to fucking stop. Because if you don't, you're going to get banned. You're going to get banned off the Discord. You can call me an asshole all day and it won't bother me unless deep down I resonate with your insult. Exactly. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. But, you know, whips and chains excite me. I think Britney Spears said that in S&M with Rihanna. Good song lyrics. I couldn't have had so much... Yeah, Rihanna and Britney Spears. I always go to Britney Spears on that one first, but I forgot that it was Rihanna who did that song first. But, you know, apparently you gotta be, like, you can't offend people. Just like this famous TikToker, really famous guy, really famous TikToker, has lost his main, his secondary, and his tertiary TikTok accounts because he does skits talking about killing pedophiles. It's so hard not to defend people when they marry them. It's so hard not to offend people when they marry themselves to their arguments. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so that's, you know, that's one of those everyday occurrences, right? Everyday occurrences. Let's just keep defending oh, there goes underscore talking more shit about me. That's okay. His next thing was he acts the same way when he talks about the work the employees of Intrepid are doing. It always has to be the other people are wrong. Do I never... Okay, honest question. Do I not give Intrepid their due? Did I not just make an entire video over on my YouTube where I said Steven crushed it and should be the lead game designer? Did I not just give Steven mad props and credits? Did I not give Toast mad accolades when she left, saying I was gonna miss her as a community manager because she was a great community manager. Did I not start the show today talking about Michael Bacon and all the great things Michael Bacon did? I love when people want to white knight and say I'm wrong because of what I'm wrong because I say it's always the other people who have to be wrong. I don't work at Intrepid. I don't have to defend my work. I defend this work. This is what I defend. If any of you feel that I have been overly critical of Intrepid and unfairly critical of Intrepid, this would be the time. I'm about to walk out of the room. So if any of you feel that I've been overly critical of Intrepid, then let me know. I'm going to take a real quick break because I'm on like my 4th bottle of water. So if I've been unfairly overly critical of Intrepid, let me know. I'll be right back. Alrighty. No one pays attention to the good stuff. It's all the stuff they want to get offended at. Yep, you do. At the same time, I don't think people tallied up that way. Fine. To be honest with you, I don't think you've been critical enough. That's scary. No, generally, they say you're wrong because you're mean. Yeah, I'm wrong because I'm mean. Do you plan on going through the Q&A questions later today or wait until the next show when more people have posted? No, I can go through. I didn't even know the thread was up. I can go through some of that today. Today is Friday, so it's the long show, so we can do that. Yeah, the Q&A is up. Let's make sure. I might have to end my show. I haven't gotten confirmation my wife is able to get my daughter. Oh, Ahmad is typing. Oh, hold on, I wanna... Okay. You aren't overly critical. Sometimes you hammer a bit hard, but you're pretty consistent about reining it back if you feel it went a bit too hard. Well, yeah, I mean, because like today with the cosmetic thing, right? What is Rule 6? Rule 6 is be well unto others and respect each other. No hate speech, racism, sexism, politics, religion, suicidal ideation, excessive trolling, or toxicity. Well, then why the fuck can people post perversion? Is what I'd like to know. You know. Yeah, let's talk about the rules. Now let's talk about no non-safe for work content or controversial content. Porn. Gore. So, and now the community manager is trying to derail a legitimate conversation. He's like, I don't get it. I've been clicking all those free Nitro links, but I keep getting hacked. Where's the free Nitro? What you're trying to do is you waited too long, the situation got out of hand, and now you're trying to rein it in. The moment, if you can't moderate on time, then you need more moderators. You need more moderators that are willing to actually do things. Let's see. Yeah, they haven't removed, it's not even an image, man, it's a video. It's a video. So Sometimes the moderation feels a bit biased. Yes. They'll just do what they'll always do. They'll hide it's under its art catch-all. The mod should have been taking care of it, not the CM. I guess, see, and this is how it always happens, folks. And I'm not playing the victim card because I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what underscore, whatever the fuck his name is, says about me. That's great. You have an opinion. You have an opinion on my behavior. Keep it to your fucking self, because I don't give a fuck about your opinion. Honesty. Ready? Hold on. Let me pause this. Let me pause this.
So what's your biggest weakness?
This is one of my favorite TikToks ever. One of my favorite TikToks ever. I gotta have this on monitor. I need to just keep this on here all the time. So I apologize. I'll get this put in here as a permanent addition to the show.
Biggest weakness.
Oh, don't do that to me.
Biggest weakness. Honesty. I don't think honesty is a weakness. I don't give a fuck what you think. Fuck, can you say that? I don't know. And your tie looks like dog shit, Robert. Fuck, he's good. You're hired. Fuck you. Yes, sir.
That's, I mean, I don't give if honesty. Yeah, I'll set it up in OBS. You know. So. With that said, let's try to go to something that's at least pretendedly more appropriate. We're gonna pretend that this is next live stream and Q&A submission Friday, January 28th. So next week is the official live stream. Let's talk about people's questions. A question about action combat. Do you foresee action targeting bows and arrows being viable in 1v1 PvP combat? Or do you believe any action combat abilities will be limited? Or do you believe any action combat abilities will be limited to AoEs and cone attacks? So, with that said. Oh, okay. No, I don't have to end my show. My wife is going to get my gizmo. So, so first of all, do I or does not me? Sorry, I read that as do you. No, it's not to me. Yeah, one of you should post about the soft porn on the AOC Discord. Is this sanctioned or mods not doing their job? Do you foresee action targeting bows and arrows being viable in 1v1 PvP combat? Or do you believe any action combat abilities will be limited to AoEs and cone attacks? The truth is, this is one question that's been asked all the way from APOC. One of the problems is when you look at the class chart is everybody else's role. Everybody else's role is melee or not going to use their filler attack. Fighter, melee. Tank, melee. Rogue, melee. Mage, probably not going to use their filler attack, and if they did, they'd use a wand. Summoner, melee, or they'd use a wand or a scepter. Cleric, wand, scepter, orb. Bard, wand, scepter, orb. Now you get to the ranger, whose bread and butter is a bow. And of course, we're talking about every other MMORPG that has ever that has ever come out. Normally, archers, rangers, are sustained damage. And what sustained damage is arrow, bleeding shot, arrow, poison shot, arrow, third big shot. And now the big shots are on cooldown. So what it is it's sustained damage, constant incoming damage with periodic spikes that add bleeds, add poisons, add debuffs. But the key to that is you need to have that, you have to have that sustained damage. So for example, Arcage, Endless Arrows was an ability, but it was a filler ability, but it still was based on the bow. They also had Bow Shot, which was, which was on a cooldown. Is the main class, you go down to find your primary, and then you go left. So you go down, when you're on this chart, you go down the left and then across. So all 8 mages are on the mage row. With that said, where are we? Will action combat abilities be limited to AoEs and cone attacks, or do you foresee action targeting bows and arrows being viable in PvP? So, yeah. Do I have a link to that chart? Yeah, it's on Ashes 101. So go to Ashes 101 and go into classes. Now, do you foresee action targeting bows and arrows being viable in 1v1 PvP combat? That is not a that is not a compound question with, do you believe action combat abilities will be limited to AoEs and cone attacks? This is really 2 questions. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove the back part first. We only want to focus, well, let's actually highlight what we want to focus on. Do you foresee action targeting bows and arrows being viable in 1v1 PvP combat? And my answer to that is no. What is going on with my phone? Oh, because my phone is being stupid. I don't think bows are going to be aimed the same way in APOC, or I don't believe bows are going to be used with the crosshairs for their filler attack, because I don't think tab rangers would like that. I think that since you can lock onto a target and hit Q and just have to line it up, I think bows are going to have to be soft locked. I think bows are going to have to be a soft lock auto aim effect. If they do that, now we run into yet another example of why, you guys know I did a video on why action and tab hybrid can't work. Well, it can't work because we have rangers. And how do you make sure that their filler attack damage per second lines up with somebody who's literally in your face, slamming their left mouse button with a cursor over your face with a wide arc that barely misses you? Now, the second half of this, do you believe any action combat abilities will be limited to AoEs and cone attacks? I have a feeling, if I had to put down money, and you guys saw in the video that I did, I have a feeling Intrepid's going to abandon all of this action crap and is just going to go to a tab-enhanced game. I think they have exhausted the amount of time they can put into trying to do the action thing. They can make the game more actiony. They can make the game more like Final Fantasy XIV, and they can have off global cooldown abilities. So I have a feeling they won't, but I wish they would. No, I have a feeling they will. They're going to go tab enhanced and call it hybrid. Well, of course they will. And why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they do that? Because
a tab targeted ability is something that you must have a target for. So in order to utilize the skill, you must have a target for the skill. That's I believe, what a tab target definition is. An action-oriented skill is anything that can be utilized through placement of the player, whether that be placement on a reticle, placement on a ground, templated directional placement. Those I consider skill-based action skills.
Okay, so I want to grab Guild Wars 2 isn't action. Anytime anybody says Guild Wars 2, stop. Guild Wars 2 isn't an action-based game. Guild Wars 2 has an action camera. Guild Wars 2's action camera is this inaccurate, right? This is ready? This is Guild Wars 2. So action players would prefer to have a form-fitting hitbox. This would be their preference. They're willing to accept a squared off hitbox as long as it's decent. But no shit, guys. This is Guild Wars 2's hitbox. You can be 7.5 feet to the left of their head when you throw your AoE at them and you're still going to hit them. Guild Wars 2 is not action. It's an action camera. And these two things are different, right? So I believe Intrepid's going to end up getting rid of the majority of the tab, or I'm sorry, a majority of the action stuff, because they're going to get to the point, it's going to get to the point where they can't make. I think I didn't say it's an action game. I didn't say you said it was an action game, but you said and AA are action. AA's bows, AA's are tab. You had action in the sentence, so I fixed it. And remember, it's not necessary. People got to remember this. Just because I go a little off to the side of what you said doesn't mean you said what I'm responding to. It means I'm responding to somebody who might see that and interpret, oh, so Guild Wars 2 is action. It's like some of you have never been in a classroom before. It's like it worries me. So, let's see. Next up. Certain player abilities may be enhanced in certain climates. Will this be true on the ocean, implying fire spells may be less potent than an ice spell in open water? Good question. Ooh, I like this one. So, that is, oh yeah. That would definitely, now, there's so many possibilities there. There's so many possibilities. The ocean combat requiring you to build special builds when you're out on the water. Or, ready? And hold on a second. This is going to drive me nuts all stream if I have to keep manually clicking. Hold on. Stream Deck. Source. No. OBS Studio. Source. And this is going to be segment, and then this is gonna be forum. Okay, so I can do this. I love it. Now, if you look at this map, imagine every time you went on the water, you had to be a specific build because of what Karthos is saying. Certain player abilities may be enhanced in certain climates. What if you made it so, depending on how far out to sea you were, what if they did a sea biome where you're like this, like coastal desert, and now you've gone out to open sea? Imagine the implication of your mages. Like, you'd have to know where you're going that day. You would have to know, okay, we're going to be in the Arctic area and we might go out to sea. We're going to be in the desert area and we might go out to sea. So, yeah, that's a great question. This question definitely needs an answer. Nodes 3. But actual question, do you have any more node concepts ready to be shared? Especially for the node types that have less coverage. Yeah. It's been a couple of years since we were due a couple of blogs. Go rate a C node and spec a certain way because you know all the C node mages are spec'd for water. Right, and that's why I said it'd have to be when you got out to open water. So if you're on the coastal water, then you'd still be, if you're off the coast of the desert, you're the desert. But if you reach international waters, now you're in the sea biome. Oh, there's so many potential. There's so much potential there. Never thought about this before, but since all classes can use any weapon, do rangers have melee skills or only the weapon skill tree? So the answer to that is some of your abilities. Hold on, let me back that up because they went a completely different way. Your abilities do not tie into your weapon. So as you can see here, in like the cleric video, you'll notice that the cleric isn't even showing a hand weapon. The whip, it materializes out of nowhere. The cleric's not using a whip weapon. Castigation, you're not going to do castigation with the weapon. Yeah, I went over your question. I said great question. But yeah, you don't, unlike in other MMOs where all of your animations are going to be based on your weapon, the weapon the weapon isn't in the animation. Now, some abilities will need a weapon. Some will need a bow to work, some will need a shield to work. So you won't be able to do a shield bash without a shield. You won't be able to do a pin down without a bow or a ranged weapon. So that's a good question. As far as the node types with less coverage, here's one of the things. I don't expect Intrepid to have all the answers yet because, and yesterday somebody brought it up again, and my fucking brain cannot handle people who don't understand consecutive and concurrent tasks, right? People, I don't know if people are trolling or if they don't get it. Combat, here, I'm not even gonna handwrite it. So I'm gonna put this. Combat touches everything. I challenged the people yesterday when I said they don't need to hire on all these other leads for all these other systems, because until they've decided on combat, what are you going to do? Hire the new economic designer? And the new economic designer is going to spend 2 or 3 weeks before he comes in. Like, you know, I got the job. I start at the end of February. He's going to come in with a list of 50 questions. And what's he going to be told? We don't have an answer for that. 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 And he's going to be like, what the fuck do you want me to do? What do you want me to work on? Well, work on what you can work on. And I can't, because I spent the last 3 weeks getting ready for my job. I've read everything at the wiki, everything in the game design document, everything at Ashes 101. I've spent 37 hours of my life in Jahlon streams and all his economic questions. I've got these 50 questions for you, and I can't design the economy and you can tell me how all these other things function, because combat touches everything. If you can give me something that's 3 steps removed from combat, that's something they can work on. But if I can connect it to combat within 2 steps, they can't work on it right now. And that's what people don't understand. People are like, exploration. Exploration isn't a system. Cash shop. Damn it. Yeah, they can work on the cash shop. But they don't need to hire somebody to work in the cash shop. They already have those people on staff. But somebody said exploration, and I'm like, exploration's not a system. Breakdown cosmetics, please. I can't, because you don't need combat. You don't need combat for weather is a system. Sure, weather is a system. Ready? Combat touches everything. Weather. Step number 1. What or how will weather influence combat? If I don't know that, I don't design the system. No, they can't. Weather touches combat. How will weather influence combat? So what is, somebody would say, well, they could design some of the weather system. Why? Why would you set somebody up to work on something that now they have to go back to? That's called tack time, touch time. Why would you send somebody to design some of it, waste their time? Well, just give me some ideas. Great. You give me some ideas of how combat's gonna work. You give me some idea about how combat's gonna work. Does delving into the seemingly endless amount of Discord on the internet affect your mental health, spirituality? You mentioned you're retired, so I presume that part allows you to continue this endeavor with such passion. As a middle-class working parent, I tend to glaze over in aforementioned trivialities to minimize stress. Here's the thing, Ancient. Nobody should ever try to be me. And what I mean by that is, this shit doesn't bother me. When you see the frustration on this character, okay, I do. I have, where the fuck is red? When you guys see me switch the lights to red, that's the trigger warning alert, right? The trigger warning, we've gone red alert. All honesty, man, that is all for your entertainment. That's for your entertainment. I don't get bothered. I don't get bothered by it. I don't get bothered by stupidity. I don't get bothered by other people's stupidity. I'm bothered that these people are allowed to continue walking around without signs, right? They need signs. Here's your sign. Great song. I suggest everybody go watch it. Here's your sign. Because there are some people that, like, I want to just know what their idiocy rating is, so I can. Mom, I was gonna get involved in a discussion with you, but your idiocy rating is a 92. Pass. But see, I engage those people because they make me, they make me smile. My vote counts the same as someone eating glue in the corner, yelling about, eating glue in the corner, yelling about the earth being flat. You know, I have it in my head that it was Jeff Foxworthy, but it wasn't Jeff Foxworthy. Here's your sign is actually Bill Engvall. So I had to actually look it up. It's Bill Engvall. That's the here's your sign guy. Jeff Foxworthy and Bill Engvall were on the what was it? The Redneck Engvall? I thought it was Engvall. Yeah, Engvall? Yeah, Engvall. They were on the Redneck Comedy Tour together with, and I don't know how Ron White fits in with them. The Blue Collar Comedy Tour, that's it. The Blue Collar Comedy Tour. And then they had Larry the Cable Guy with them. So Blue Collar. Ron White, though. Ron White is hilarious. Ron White is amazing. I didn't want to be drunk in public. I wanted to be drunk in a bar. I put my hat on in the bar after I'd already been told I couldn't wear my hat. And the bouncer came up to me and told me I was going to have to leave. And I said, I don't think so, Scooter. And I was wrong. And as I'm out there, they said to me, do you have any aliases? You caught me. You caught the tater. Oh, such a good time. But yeah, anyway, combat touches everything. So they're not going to be able to, work on anything else at all. They're not going to be able to work on anything else long term until they know how the combat's going to work. Because, combat touches everything. And for the people who say, well, no, there's some things you could touch without, there's some things you could do because they don't touch combat. No, the answer to that is no. Other than the cash shop, which somebody got me on, other than the cash shop, combat touches everything. Weather. How will weather influence combat? So you can't work on weather. Exploration's not a system. Exploration's not a system. Character creator. They can't work on the character creator until they know how hitboxes are going to work. They can't know how hitboxes are going to work until they know if they're actually going to stick with action combat. Somebody tried to tell me, no, they could work on the character creator, and I said, bullshit. They can't work on the character creator because sure, they could do some baseline work on the character creator, but again, you don't want to have people doubling back and having to touch things. And how are you going to work on the character creator until you know how these hitboxes need to be resolved? In-game mini-games like card and dice, sure, but that's not a primary, that's not a secondary, that's not even a tertiary system. In-game mini cards like dice are a tertiary system under a tertiary system. Freeholds, sure. Ready? Freeholds, watch this. Freeholds don't touch combat. Except freeholds get destroyed in sieges. Sieges involve combat. Gathering. You're out in the woods and you get attacked. How quickly can you swap from your gathering locked animation into your combat animation? Do you have to have specific tools equipped? So gathering, are we going to give people a CC immunity while they're gathering so they can finish that gather? Touches combat. Diplomatic systems. Fucking touch combat. One of the diplomatic systems is called the war system. Come on. Come on. The war system. How are wars going to work? We're going to work on the diplomatic systems. Well, what's that going to entail? Wars, shit, combat. What if the weather doesn't impact combat? They've already said it does. They've already said the weather does. So, you can't finish almost anything. You can work on them, but not finish. Yes, you're right. But here's the problem with that, Leverage. Here's the problem with that. You can't start working on a system until you have all the parts to it. Because then you run into this problem. Ready? And this is in project management. Decorating your freehold apartment doesn't touch combat. Gotcha. No, it does. Decorating your freehold apartment does touch combat. Because when your freehold or your apartment is destroyed, how are those things going to get rolled back to you? You have to know how the items are going to get returned to the user when they eventually get destroyed. How are they going to get destroyed? Why are they going to get destroyed? How often is it going to be destroyed? Those all involve combat. Because remember, ready? This is what you need to realize. Oh, it won't let me do it? Oh. Combat drives the boat. Right? Combat drives the boat. All these other systems, right? Freeholds. Right? Freeholds do not drive the boat. So if I allow the freehold guy to get to 100% complete while combat is still in prototyping and design, then what I've done is I've got a finished system. That I am now going to have my guy who's in charge of freeholds sitting in on combat meetings, and then he's going to be influencing combat when he shouldn't have anything to do. He shouldn't have anything to do with combat. So combat drives the boat. No development. Show the ones who are missing features and the abilities. Those can be vague enough to work on. Why am I going to work on something vague until I know how the combat works? Guys, you can try to say all of these other systems, but you can't tell me why. Fuck emotes. Emotes are a tertiary system under a tertiary system. And again, if you're working on emotes before you're working on combat, freeholds, housing, nodes, dungeons, wars, sieges, naval content, enemy of the state, I'm going to look at your company and I'm going to laugh at you. Imagine Minecraft without combat. Everything is combat. Yes, exactly. Everything is combat. Now, sure, if combat was done and a lot of these other systems were nearing completion, could you break off a guy or two to work on tavern games? Sure. But they're not going to be able to give you information about the node types that we don't have because they held off of those. One of them has to do with the election series. They held off on the military node blog, if you remember, because while Steven was talking about military node elections, Steven got asked the question, said, so if you're not balancing for 1v1 PvP, how is military node elections going to be fair for people who decide to play pure support classes like Bard? And Steven was like, that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? And people were like, no, Steven, it doesn't make a lot of sense. A couple of weeks later, we came out with the champion system. That's a whole nother system they have to design, but it's a system they have to design because combat. Does Intrepid only open positions in the US, or can you also apply for the EU Netherlands office? Because the website only shows positions for the US. All right. So I'm not trying to be a smartass here, but I do want to say this. Do you see any positions for the European office yet? No. Then those are the ones for the US office. Guys, as I've said, right? As I've said, they are not going to open up that European office until later in development. The reason why they're not going to open up that that European office until later in development is because once they do, oh yeah, that's fine, Karthos. Then they're going to have awesome. Then they're going to open up all their future sales to refunds. Remember, once they open up a European office, they're a European entity and they have to follow European rules. So I do partially disagree with you, but I see what you're getting to. A lot can be worked on as long as it's not relying on the abilities and player interaction. If it's relying on the player alive equals false, you can still work on that system, or node status equals 0, but some of the stuff can't be worked on. Zetrix, you're wrong in that from a project management experience, as I just said. You're looking at it as it's not directly affected by combat. It doesn't directly require the player to be alive, right? So now here, I'm going to break this down why you don't want the guy working on nodes getting ahead of combat. Because in the game design document, you say something about nodes will be the location where X number of augments can be obtained. So the guy going and developing nodes says is at stage 3, 1, stage 4, 2, stage 5, 3, stage 6, 4. These are all augments. So now these are 1, 2, 3, 4 augments times 4 node types, 16 augments times 8 classes, right? Or 8 primary archetypes. So you've got 4 times 4 times 8. So now this guy who was tasked with developing the node system developed systems that requires 128 augments to be made. The problem is that guy got given the game design document and got told to run with it. The problem is back over there at stage 1 in the redesign for the combat system, you've decided that you're not going to have augments available from stage 3, 4, or 5 nodes. So now you have to go do what's known as rework, which increases tack time, non-value added time, because the only value added time is the first time you do it. Reworks, revisions, those are not considered value added time. They must be done, but they're not value added time. So you had somebody work out an entire system based on a document that was simultaneously in living revision. And so now that person not only has to go and remove three stages of a system out of their node, but now they have to figure out something else to plug in there. That's why there are what's known as consecutive tasks and concurrent tasks. The example I give on the show all the time is nobody on the job site shows up at the job site before you've dug the hole. Nobody on the job site shows up before you've poured the foundation. Once you've poured the foundation, the carpenters come in, they build the frame. Once the frame is in, the window guys can come in, the roofing guys can come in. This is what I mean, but again, you can work around this with making your code, but yeah, rework has to be done, but they should never work on that before 100% know the important part. That's exactly it. But what you just said is some rework has to be done. If rework has to be done, right? If rework has to be done, then you failed. Every minute of rework that is done is documented as failed time. Any reworks, revisions, those are all coded as failed time. Case in point, why do people want to be paid per project instead of per hour? The reason why people want to be paid per project instead of per hour is if I pay you per hour and you give me a product with a bunch of defects in it, mistakes, defects, we're going Toyota production system. Yeah, exactly. Why would I pay you to do the same job twice? But waiting is also a failed system. No, waiting is not a failed system, Zetrix. And when you get into digging into this book, which I recommend, you specifically, when you're out of school, should read this. Queue time is not failed time. Queue time is a problem, but queue time is a different type of problem. Rework is worse than waiting time, than no work done. Because remember, you can't bill the customer for fixing defects. That's why people want to be paid per project instead of per hour. If I pay you per hour, you took 12 hours to deliver me this product. Now I send it back to you with all the mistakes you made. All the mistakes you made. You can't bill me for those. I won't pay those billable hours. That's you fixing your mistakes. You want to be paid per project. So I give it to you, I find defects, I give it back. This doesn't meet the voice of the customer. Yeah. It's only a failure if you have staff being paid. Yes. Yes, but that's why I said it's a different type of problem. It's not a failure, it's a problem. It's that queue time problem where it depends on if you still hired by you work 8 to 6. Well, yeah, but Zetrix, you see how far you've moved the goalpost down? You've shifted the goalpost now. I'm kicking field goals even though you're moving the damn field. I'm kicking goals even though you're moving the net all over the arena, but you're still moving it. That's the problem. The point is you shouldn't have people working on a system that requires document A if document A is still in rewrite. Nobody should be working on anything that needs document A if document A is still a living, breathing system. Some people would make the argument, well, there's things they could work on. Sure, there's absolutely things they could work on. However, if those things can change, if those things can cause all of the work to get thrown away, you don't want them doing that. That's wasted time as well. The point is if they can do 5 hours with 2 minutes rework instead of waiting 2 days. You've gone so far into bad project management at this point. I'm gonna stop the discussion at this point because you're now throwing random bullshit numbers at me. And I'm gonna say to you, what the fuck sort of company are you running then? Because all this has happened to me. You're throwing random numbers at me to try to prove a point that I don't have the rest of the story. Give me the whole story now, and you won't be able to do that. So I'm gonna cut you off at that point. When you get to the point where you're giving me anecdotal bullshit numbers, you're now just arguing for the sake of arguing. If you have 5 hours of work you can do with 2 minutes worth of rework, then you're now arguing a point I never made. If the document is done, what you've basically said is combat drives the boat, combat's at the 97% solution, and at the 97% solution, yes, people can start working. So you've proved my point for me, but you're trying to argue against my point. So I don't know why you're going that way. If you have somebody that can do 5 hours of work with only 2 minutes of rework, combat would be at the 97% solution and you're just buttoning things up. Then yes, you can let the other people go and start working. But what Intrepid said in November is they're not at the 97% solution. They are back in the design stage. They are back in the prototyping stage. So nobody can be working on other systems unless Intrepid means we're at the 95% solution and we're prototyping 2 solutions at 95. We're going to do X or we're going to do Y, but we know we're going to do X or we know we're going to do Y. And then the person can say, okay, I can design 60% of my system because it doesn't matter if it's X or Y. The common denominator is Z. Shit, I'm going to give some of you math flashbacks. Can you consider installing a camera in your office to open a permanent streaming channel so we can watch you work 24 hours a day? That comment should just be removed. That comment should just be straight removed. Just pay them flag hours. The standard books say this job should take X hours. It takes you 1 or 100. You get paid for the maximum hours the books say. Yeah. But that's a different, there are no, industry standard books for programming. They don't exist. They don't exist because programming is still too early in its infancy, to have, like, basically blue books or, you know, book time. Like, for example, the guy that came to my house and wanted to change out my toilet, and he started singing and dancing with me, and about the price, and I said, okay, well, how much is the physical product? How much is the physical product? And he's like, he wanted to charge me like $1,100 to install a toilet. And I was like, well, how much is the toilet itself? How much are you charging me for that? He's like, well, what do you mean? I was like, well, you're gonna give me an itemized inventory. What does the toilet itself cost? And he gave me a dollar amount. And then I said, well, what are all the parts? What is all the fittings, the shit inside the toilet tank? What's all that cost? What's the rekit cost? And he gave me that. And so I looked at him and I said, so your book rate is $800 an hour? And he was like, well, and he started looking at his feet, and I said, no, man, the fucking blue book rate for the fucking union book for a toilet isn't $800. So thank you, bill of materials. That's what I was looking for. But I said the union book isn't gonna be $800 an hour. And he's like, so I kicked him off the job site. Then he called the cops on me to say that I didn't pay the call out fee. And I just looked at the cops and I said, does he have my signature on anything that says I'm gonna pay a call out fee? They're like, no. I was like, did you find him in my house? No. We're done here. Shut the door. Have a good day. I'm done. The cops knocked the door. Can I get your ID? No, I'm in my house. Well, I need it for the call. Not my fucking problem. I'm sorry, it's not my fucking problem. If you choose to open a ticket for this, you open a ticket for you a call sheet. That's on you. I'm not going to admit the guy was ever in my house. Move on. Are Twitch streamers getting a ton of money from people watching them sleep? No, that's not how that works. So, without giving us a date, could you make a broad estimate of the release of Alpha 2? Can we expect to have it within the year? Wait, hold on, wrong question. Will the combat be fluid and smooth like World of Warcraft? Okay, can we just cut this part of the question out? And can we just say, will the combat be fluid and smooth? I don't want to talk about if the combat will be fluid and smooth like World of Warcraft. Because I believe that if the combat is fluid and smooth, then action players are going to come over and play it even if it's tab targeting. I believe if the combat is fluid and smooth, people from Final Fantasy might try it. People from WoW will try it. People from all walks of games will try the game if the combat is fluid and smooth. Does it feel good though? Fluid and smooth, and does it feel good? Will the combat be fluid? Because somebody's gonna say somebody's going to say, well, the combat in World of Warcraft leaves a lot to be desired because of the tab targeting issues of a 17-year-old game. And I'm going to say, right. That's why I think, will the combat be fluid and smooth? And I think the answer is to that is yes, because the more important question of that is they know combat touches everything. And because combat touches everything, they know that combat has to be good. Yeah, it's subjective all around. Absolutely. Will the combat be good? Well, yeah, let's just say, will the combat be good? And the answer is yes. I'm gonna walk out of the room real quick. I'll be right back. All right, will the combat be good? We hope, yes. Fluid and smooth is an opinion, but comparing it to World Warcraft creates the issue of, do people think WoW's combat is smooth? That's basically why you don't want to do that. Like, you don't want to compare it to a game that's highly controversial, especially when, again, like Leverage said, it's subjective. And then you're going to start, basically, if that was going to be its own conversation, you're going to end up having people are going to start talking about WoW instead of the combat. The only combat I thought was particularly good in WoW was the Archer. I prefer Arcage. I think, unfortunately, I think if you want to have a conversation about tab combat, you need to be able to talk about Arcage. But the problem is, the majority of the player base has never played Arcage, so they don't know that the combat was good, except the regrading. The pay to win in Arcage is what killed Arcage, not the tab combat. Without giving us a date, can you make a broad statement of the release of Alpha 2? Can we expect it to have it within the year? Well, here's the problem with that statement. You're asking them without giving you a date to give you a date. Because without giving you a date, will we have it this year, automatically means you're going to have it by 31 December 2022. Okay, would you expect them to give a date before they tell you their final decision on combat? So no, they shouldn't. So, sorry, coordinating things. EU has a lot of problems with hackers and cheats. Well, yeah, so did NA. But no, until Intrepid makes their final determination on combat, they can't possibly tell you whether you're going to have Alpha 2 this year. If they did say you were going to have Alpha 2 this year, but they haven't given you the final answer on the combat, would you believe them anyway? I hope they have all hands they can working on combat and everyone else working in systems that are only needed in the states I posted earlier. No further systems implementation. Well, yeah. I hope Ashes of Creation's gliding mounts work like Arcage. They probably will. I never liked WoW, but the combat feels okay to me. I have faith Ashes will do it justice. Yeah, I think the tab combat we had in Alpha 0 was really good. Alpha 0 tab combat. So, been seeing a lot of games getting into play to earn lately. Chiefly, they are card games or small platformers. Is this something Ash as a creation may consider doing? I believe you would be the first pay to earn MMORPG. If so, I would recommend that you name your newly coined Embers or Sandals. Okay. Anybody that's getting into crypto with their game does not understand the ramifications of doing that. Getting into NFTs or crypto, the more I read about it, the more you're going to be getting rid of your ability to ban people for any and all reason, including no reason, because the US government really hates it when you deny people access to their physical property. Number two. Nobody has yet explained to me how a company makes money on NFTs other than continuously releasing NFTs. Somebody said, well, you can only trade them on our exchange. And I said, you can only do that for the time being. Until the US government comes in and says, sorry, that's real property. So, unless you're setting up your own stock exchange, you can't do that. So the stock market is the only thing I can think of that is a singular entity. But even then, it's not a singular entity because there are multiple stock markets. Your stock is only on one of them. So they can make money, but they cannot be profitable. Well, Zetrix, that's an impossibility. If it can make money, it can be profitable. If it's able to make money, it is able to be profitable. They'd make some money off the trades between people after the initial sale. No, they can't, and that's what I'm telling you. NFTs are in their infancy. Why? I pay an artist $50 and I sell the NFT for $75. I just made profit. Boom. You cannot make people trade their real property via your market. If it's my property, I can give it to you. I don't have to pay your transaction fee. It's just like when you get the people, you know, in some states, you get people that are trying to, on the down low, give a car to somebody. So they say the sales price of the car is $1, and then it turns out the blue book value for the car is like $7,500, and it's within 3 years. So there's supposed to be taxes to be able to be paid, or taxes supposed to be able to be paid. Well, I sold it to him for $1. No, you sold it to him for $1 on the paperwork, but they still gave you $7,000 in cash. Don't do that. So no, pay to earn? No. How will homestead skins affect the space available for furniture? Good question. Where do you take inspiration for the bioluminescence in the Underrealm? Any plans for making parts with the inorganic version, or what looks like an inorganic version? It looks like the rock is glowing, but it's really bacteria on the rock. Well, then you're not doing an inorganic version. Any plans for making parts with the inorganic version, or what looks like an inorganic version? It looks like the rock is glowing, but it's really bacteria on the rock. Then it's still bioluminescence if it's bacteria on the rock. So. Where are we at? We're all over the place. This group, go really fast. Zoom, zoom. Get the zoomies. Go, zoomies. Oh. Guys, the other day was funny not having the counter. So, do you know if they are continuing to work on the rest of the world terrain while combat is being worked on? Yeah, the world doesn't require the world itself doesn't require combat because the world's not a system. The world isn't a system. The world is the world. It's just like exploration doesn't require combat. So, I mean, systems, except some stuff do. No, the world doesn't require combat. The environment doesn't require combat. There is no part of the environment that requires combat. There is parts of the character system, some of the class systems affect the environment, like parkour, grappling hooks, levitation, mage bubble, but the world is the world. It's not a system. Where are we at? Will we be taught the game, how the game mechanics work throughout the game, how to enhance gear, the augment system? I mean, that's a good question, but we've asked that a number of times. How's the tutorial going to be? Is the tutorial going to be comprehensive? The Unreal Engine 5 migration is supposed to help with that. Did I not drop a unit? I did drop a unit. I dropped the Centurion. Big boy. Is break a site breaking target casting? We will also have action combat. We'll also change design of the castle in the dungeon. No, you're thinking of that backwards. Is it a breakable rock? Is a breakable rock thought of as an NPC? No, a breakable rock is thought of as a spawn point. Have they said how much of the world is complete? No. But yeah, will we have action combat? We'll also change the design of the castle and the dungeons. No, it won't. If you have a right angle, if you have a corner, you have a corner. How the combat system engages with a corner, you're not going to make a rounded corner, right? You're not going to make a rounded corner for combat. You're still going to have a right angle as the corner. So that, yeah. With Unreal Engine 5, do you think you can implement wall climbing as shown in the video of the rogue doing parkour? Well, it has nothing to do with Unreal Engine 5 or Unreal Engine 4. You could have done that with either. Obviously, you saw them do it with Unreal Engine 4. Griefing discussion thread. Has this strengthened or possibly added elements to the corruption bounty hunting system? I highly doubt it's made any changes yet. They probably haven't discussed it until the thread closes. Will tab target spells go through things like big rocks, since I assume action abilities won't? So that's one of the things that you have to make the decision on. Is terrain going to break tab target acquisition? I hope it would. I hope that when you're behind an object, the person loses tab lock on you. Since there's going to be spell collision, anyway, yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's supposed to be spell collision. It's a break dealer for action players if they want them to play tab. Again, those don't have anything to do with each other. Well, I think what Zetrix is trying to say is that the combat could affect the final layout of castles, assuming combat defense is affected by the environment. Oh, yeah, I gotcha. In that regard, yeah, like but then yeah, so the world itself can be done without combat. An individual, because what you're really talking about is, you're talking about the combat system affects how the castle's designed. The castle affects, or the siege design decisions affects how the castle is designed. So you really have to have two things done before you can design the final castle, which is why I have no idea why they put so much effort into that castle, and that castle they have designed for Alpha 1 just isn't going to work. But yeah, it's in Unreal Engine 5, it's easier to make wall climbing. No, that's incorrect. There's nothing about Unreal Engine 5 that makes parkour easier. You've been able to do parkour since Unreal Engine 3. There's nothing inherently native about Unreal Engine 5 that makes parkour easier. I at least hope it breaks the ability to cast the spell on the target, but if the spell is on its way, I'm torn if a tree to absorb my fireball or not. Well, no, the fireball should get absorbed by the tree if you're going to have spell collision, because if you're going to have spell collision, why do people collide with spells but terrain doesn't? And so these are combat decisions that, like I said, you bring a person on to work on something and they've got 50 questions, and you can't expect a new employee to get to work and say, I have 50 questions and I can't start my job till you give me 50 answers. Well, that's the monkey on your back thing. Now you got a new lead game designer sitting in his office twiddling his thumbs he gives you 50 questions. Hey, if you want me to get started, I need to answer to these 50 questions. The monkey's now on your back. The truth of the matter is that the game design document should have those 50 answers in it. That's why when people were arguing yesterday that they should be onboarding all these people, and I'm like, why? There's no reason to onboard these people. We don't need them yet. Does spell collision mean spells can block other spells? Yes. As it's been explained. Yes. So. Yeah, beam struggle. Why would the... Hold on. Why do people not understand how the fuck the world works, yet they write articles? Call of Duty going Xbox exclusive could block Microsoft Activision deal. If the deal goes through in theories, it could mean that Microsoft could decide to make any number of their new IPs Crash Bandicoot, Overwatch, or even Call of Duty Xbox exclusives. Well, as it turns out, it might not actually be as easy as that thanks to competition law. Basically, regulators can prohibit acquisitions and mergers they think could be a threat to market competition. So if a deal is so good for a company it blows everyone else out of the water, they could be in trouble. Since the deal isn't actually complete yet, Microsoft has to play things carefully. Why is a bullshit game writer talking about non-competition law? Let me explain this. Really simple. In the United States, in order for a merger to go through, what happens is this. The merger, all the regulators would say, you can continue with your merger, but you can't do X. It's like when Disney was allowed to buy Fox. Disney bought Fox. And then, literally, what happened was, the government said, you have to diversify yourself of ESPN or Fox Sports. And Disney said, we're just going to get rid of all the Fox News and Sports and diversify them off as their own company. So, how exactly would an arrow realistically collide and stop a giant fireball? Because an arrow wouldn't be an arrow would be a magic spell. Speaking of beam struggles, I do see what people are talking about when they say they don't like the animation for the prismatic beam. It's very straight and rigid beam. It looks like you're moving your camera, but it looks like it should flow more like water out of a hose. Why should light look like it should flow like water out of a hose? It's prismatic beam. It's light. It's not water. I don't have a problem with the prismatic beam. So, I hope they just don't do fireball and fireball collision, because that's going to be hard on the server. Let's see. It's like a flashlight. Exactly. Will horses have the ability to charge trample players? Yes. Mounts have combat abilities. Can elves have beards? Yes. Why wouldn't they be able to? How much control will the summoners have over their summons? A lot. All of it. As a secondary optional question, how long is the leash between the two? Could we make our summons stay in one place and use some skills while we as summoners are very far away from them? Probably not. And I'll tell you why, because that creates a big problem with control and vision. So as early arrivers, we're looking at all the details with a microscope. A lot of people get panicky in the way they write. No need to panic. Worst case, if shit hits the fan, then ideally you move on and enjoy life. The beam is fine. The speed of the character rotation is what looks weird. It's not even the character rotation. It's the camera rotation. It's the camera rotation, which the camera rotation hasn't even remotely been worked on yet. But anyway, I don't think that you're going to be able to leave your summons very far away from you, because then that becomes a matter of using your summon as a CCTV, because you got to be able to see your summon. You'd also be able to leave your summons on a bridge and hold the bridge without actually being there. So, what is the estimated amount of accounts that hold an Alpha 2 key? Somewhere between 25 and 40,000. It could be way more. Since it said that the priest archetype could spec into either healing or DPS, will the DPS keep the holy theme or go into more unholy death territory? Good question. So, how would the control of the ultimate 8-man summon work? Who controls the giant rock golem? The party leader. The party leader must be a summoner. You must have 3 or more summoners in the party, and the party leader must be a summoner. Once the party leader takes control of a group summon, the other summoners are basically useless, because they don't have their summon to work spells through. And summoner will be one of the last classes revealed. It must be one of the last classes revealed. How can you make a summoner able to fill in the place of a tank, a cleric, and a bard, and then DPS if you don't know how tanking, healing, support, and deep and damage will be done? It's one of those. Remember we talked about consecutive and concurrent development? The reason why you have tank and healer at the beginning is because healer covers support in a little limited fashion way. You have one damage dealer, you have tank, and you have the healer with some of the support off of the bard or similar support ideas. As you move forward, you add in everybody else, then you add in the bard, and then you add in the summoner. Summoner and bard will be last, I think. Bard first. Yeah, I think that's pretty much my opinion. It's going to go ranger, fighter, rogue, summoner, or sorry, ranger, fighter, rogue, bard, summoner. If I had to guess. I wonder what Steven meant when he said the summoner doesn't have a power split with their avatar. Does that mean summoner becomes their summoned creature? No. What he meant by that is, if you summon a wolf, in a lot of MMORPGs, what ends up happening is this, right? You have a player who's fighting a player, right? And then what happens is this first player summons a battle pet. So this is 100% combat power. You summon the battle pet, and this gives you 15% more power. So then what happens is that this guy's sitting at 100%, and if he wants to stay competitive, he has to also have leveled up a battle pet, so he has that 15% power. That's not how it works in Ashes. So in Ashes, what happens is you make the decision to summon a battle pet. You, as a person, drop to 85% power because you imbue your battle pet with 15% of your combat, whatever word you want to use here. Proficiency, energy, whatever the appropriate number is. You give your battle pet 15% of your strength. So what it is the battle pet is not additive. It's a different set of capabilities. It is not additional power. So, hope he meant like the Final Fantasy XI summoner. No, he didn't. I want to look at these forum posts in a few years and cue the nostalgia once all the questions are beyond easily answered by the casual player. I don't think the casual player will be able to knock that out anyway. So, let's see. When it comes to the transition to Unreal Engine 5, what is your favorite What? When it comes to the transition to the Unreal Engine 5, what is your favorite armor set you're excited to see within the new engine? Armor has no fucking relevance in the new engine. You guys all know that, right? The new engine does absolutely nothing for the individual armor pieces, because the individual armor pieces aren't static. They're dynamic pieces. So, all the goodness is. Didn't Steven say the summoner's summon doesn't take the summoner's power, unlike the other pets? Yes, that's what Steven said. You misunderstood my point. My point was battle pets take away power from you. The summoner doesn't. So the summoner, when he has a summon out, the summoner remains at 100% efficiency because he works in symbiosis with his battle pet. He works in symbiosis with his summon. Because remember, a summoner can have a battle pet out. Everybody can have a battle pet out. Summons and battle pets are different mechanics. But yeah, this person in your favorite armor set in Unreal Engine 5. Unreal Engine 5 has absolutely nothing to do with the armor sets. Will the alchemy recipes be hidden? So hypothetically, I could test out a few ingredients and make a good potion. Can it become a personal secret until other people find out? So we've talked about this many times here. So does the summoner's battle pet still take the assigned percentage? A summoner's battle pet, yes. A summoner's summon, no. Some of the summoner hybrids can have multiple creatures out. Yes, but remember, when it comes to a summoner, so we're going to bring in the summoner up here, and we're talking about a summon, right? So you have 100% in your bar, right? If you pull out one summon, right? If you pull out one summon, you filled that bar. He's a big summon. If you pull out a little summon, then that summon might only be 33% of your bar. So you might pull 3 little ones out, or you might pull 1 big one out, or you might pull out 1 medium and 1 small. So, what cosmetics are you most interested seeing the new effects with Lumen? I don't personally care because I don't think that is, I don't think that is something that is going to make one piece of armor look better than the other. I don't think Lumen is, you know, I get that Lumen looks really cool, but again, like I try to tell people and then I get argued with, and then an Unreal artist pops their head in and says, yeah, he's right. Lumen has nothing to do with the quality of the light in Unreal Engine. Hear me out. Hear this. Lumen and Nanite. Nanite can make armor look better in theory. No, it cannot. Nanite has nothing the fuck to do with dynamic models. Okay? Period. Nanite is not used for armor at all. Period. Okay? Please keep that in mind. Nanite is not used for the mesh models. That's used for lots of things, not the mesh models. But when people say Lumen is going to make the armor look better, no. Lumen is a process. Unreal Engine 5 is a process. It speeds up development. In some ways, nanite makes the poly count easier to do. But if you have one artist working in Unreal Engine 5 and you have one artist with 5 assistants working in Unreal Engine 4, if money is not a concern and time is not a concern, the Unreal Engine 4 artist can produce the same quality, the same graphic fidelity. The difference is the amount of time it's going to take to do that. Nanite takes the high quality ZBrush input, and it automatically scales the poly count instead of you having to create the individual poly counts. Thank you, Wolfus. Thank you, Wolfus. You just found out your new 11th gen Intel i7 can't open some 64 bits. That sucks for you, man. Got your new PC and finally, poor Wolfus. F in chat for Wolfus. Everybody that's here, Wolfus is the other Paradox Gaming Network streamer. F in chat for Wolfus because she broke her PC, and she needs to get a replacement, but she needs to get streaming, but she can't stream because she broke her PC. She used her PC like a workstation, and unfortunately for her, it died. It did die. So, I gotta wear a different hat. Wait. Yeah, I was gonna say, it should have started. I gotta wear a different hat. By the way, no sailor hats for me, my friends. You guys did good. 33 new captains raised $900 for us. 33 new captains hit 2 tiers. So yeah. Not to be that guy, but if her PC is down, will you be doing another VR stream? No, I won't be doing another VR stream anytime soon, because we need to get Wolfus squared away. So Wolfus has kind of moved away from streaming, and she's moved into VR modeling. So we're trying to get Wolfus into school, so that she can go to college to be a VR modeler and get some training. Yeah, I saw that Sneckers did 2 more. Sneckers is holding that with 60 this month. I appreciate that. So currently working on it now. Yeah. Oh, look at Wolfus. Wolfus has a little. Wolfus, how the fuck are you only a 9-month subscriber? How is that even possible? But, so let's talk the alchemy recipes. People ask this all the time. Will alchemy recipes be hidden? Well, first and foremost, why would one crafting system work differently than all the other crafting systems? Now, the answer is because you can balance things perfectly by balancing things imperfectly. So I think brewing should be its own thing. I think alchemy, cooking, and brewing should have different rules than the rest of them. Why? Because why not? Because I think that there is a lot of things you can do by pulling cooking, brewing, and alchemy out. And I think that alchemy should, appreciate that. I think alchemy should be split into 2, and I don't know how best to describe this, but I think that alchemy should be like alchemy for consumption and alchemy as a support trade for all the other crafts. I have no problem with them getting crazy with it if they're going to keep low-level items relevant. I have no problem if they're going to do alchemy, like industrial alchemy and like apothecary alchemy, if that makes sense. I have no problem if they do that. I think that it would be great if they had certain recipes that were discoverable. The problem is it worth the time, effort, energy, and resources to have things be discoverable if people are just going to data mine anyway? Because in the code somewhere has to be the recipe, or all experimentation in cooking, alchemy, and brewing has to be restricted to server side, which you can do that. And that's why I think if you designed cooking, brewing, and apothecary recipes differently than the rest of the crafting system, 95%, I don't think you guys are going to get it. I don't think you're going to get oh, you got it. Give it. Oh, by the way, guys. By the way, 5 new alerts. 5 new alerts were paid for and are on their way. So, 3 new gift subs, a new follow and a new subscriber, all coming in. Soon, register trademark. So I think that you could actually do apothecary, cooking, and brewing as experimentation, but you'd have to make that decision. You'd have to keep that stuff server side until. So what would happen is you would have some experimentation. So server, client, and then the person sitting at their computer interfacing the client. You have some experimentation going on, and then, oh, look at that, old school. It works really well. It looks really well on the black background right there. Those are my old school alerts. But the experimentation would happen between the server and the client, and then you create the we're gonna call it the blue flower tea, right? And what happens is that you're successful. You unlock a recipe. Well, 6 weeks later, that recipe becomes common knowledge to everybody's client, right? I think the problem with it is I think that's a lot of time, effort, and energy. Why bother making them hidden? Some YouTuber will make a video about the recipe with a shitty thumbnail of him acting all surprised. Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, once the recipe is unlocked on a server, that's it. It becomes proprietary. Jeff Bard talked about proprietary recipes. So, you unlocked it, it belongs to you for the next 6 weeks, and then it becomes common knowledge. With that said, there are ways to do proprietary recipes. I think a lot of people fail to realize that it's not as good of a idea as you might believe, because your developers are spending a lot of time, effort, energy, and resources, and then it's only, like you said, if I get a recipe, you think I'm not going to milk the shit out of that as a content creator? Of course you are. If somebody in my community figures out one, they'll probably tell me what it is, just so I can release it, so that we can get more music out of it. That's right. Why are you yelling at me? Didn't Warcraft have that with their enchants? I don't believe they did. I don't believe they did. Actually, I am remembering something. I'm remembering something about the inscriptions. Didn't we have to do some weird experimentation with the inscriptions? My brain is kind of turned to clay. So. Does item deconstruction disassembly guarantee obtaining the recipe to reconstruct the item? Say a rare boss drop, or is it RNG? That's a good question, but I'm gonna almost say it's gonna be RNG. But I would hope that it wouldn't be. Having it be RNG is one of those necessary item syncs that we talk about. You gotta have item syncs. Hey Jay, thanks. I want to say thanks for all the heavy lifting you put in for us. Hey, I appreciate that. First time caller. Nice having you here. Always like when people stop by. Nice to see you. I understand that people don't want. I understand people don't want to run the dungeon, right? And it's back. It's back in the office. That's right. You see this? You see this? Leave me alone when I'm asleep, huh? You run the dungeon. You get the Jahlon voodoo staff, right? You get the Jahlon voodoo staff. The last thing you want is to break down the Jahlon voodoo staff and oh, you lurk all the time? Well, thanks for breaking your lurking. Appreciate that. The last thing you want to do is break down this staff and find out you didn't get the recipe. Now, maybe you're okay with breaking down the staff and not getting the recipe, because as we talked about how you do item dependency, you break down the staff, you get Jahlon's brown journal. Well, what your guild currently needs is to outfit all of its ranged with the steampunk pistol. So this can be used to make this, or if you ever learn the recipe, you'd be able to make the Jahlon voodoo staff. Why does Jahlon have a voodoo staff and a 6-gun pistol? I don't know. But that's, as long as you're getting something out of it, people aren't getting frustrated. As long as they get rewarded, even if the reward isn't what they want. Repost. Which MMORPGs are more complex in the terms of their systems and depth than Ashes looks to be? EVE Online? Revelation Online? On some of their systems? Elyon on their RNG? EVE Online is probably the most complicated game when it comes to overall systems. Because EVE Online, thank you. EVE Online is not only a very robust character system, but it is a very robust equipment system, and the Magic 14 and EVE Online really do make a difference. So let me do that right now. It's a good idea. Actually, I'm gonna do that for the person who sent me the idea. I got the idea. I'm actually looking at doing. I'm not the greatest. I'm looking at doing this integration where some of the viewer rewards automatically will execute. So yeah, that's a good idea. I'll change that when and if I get it figured out how to do what I'm looking for. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. Elyon is nothing more than RNG on top of RNG. Yes, you're right, Grumpy Old Man. It is. It's, what did we say? It's 16 RNG systems on top of each other. But the truth is that's still complicated. It does. This is one of those examples of complicated doesn't mean good. It just means complicated. I don't have an issue with having some special crafts. but only one person needs to discover hidden crafts before they're not hidden. Having special crafts such as certain locations, organizations, requirements is fun, but hiding the recipe is just more work for the developers that will be counteracted by the first guild who puts in 1/3 the man hours required to write the obfuscation, posting the yeah. I feel BDO did RNG better than Allion. Better, yes. More complicated, no. So what I think for crafting recipes, I think crafting recipes need to work like this, right? So here's my character, and this is how master crafter first world problems, right? So this is how we're gonna do it. I'm gonna be a master crafter, right? And I do want to, guys, I am thinking about switching over to OneNote. I hate OneNote, but one of the things I love about OneNote is I can program icons to drop into OneNote, so it won't have to be stick people. I can bring in like Chibi, and I think that'll increase the quality of the show a little bit, but it'll still be on Jahlon Ross time. By the way, none of you even commented. Look up. None of you even commented. I changed the font. Look at that. Steampunk Jahlon Ross time. What does the viewer choice segment reward mean? It means, you know, those segments I do, like segments like proximity chat and Ashes of Creation, love it, hate it, want it. It means you say, I want a segment done on this. Won't be done right on the show, because I'll want to do research, and I'll put that together. Sorry, I thought that said Bob the Builder. Fuck. Anyway, so Jahlon the Crafter, first world problems. So my first problem is, which craft do I want to master? So in this case, we're gonna say, hold on. So, the font, Radiates Excellency, you're my new favorite viewer. So we're gonna say that I want to master, let's say cooking. I want to master cooking. Now, when I get to, I'm gonna keep this with fonts so it's clean. When I get to level 50 cooking, I am not yet a master cook. I am max level. So, when you get to level 50, you're not a master yet. You're a max level. First choice is social organization. All right? So you're going to go into social organization. And now I'm just making up stuff here. So you've got the Thieves Guild, and they do dex-based potions, dex-based food. You go into the Scholars Academy, int-based food, and you go into the Merchants Guild, and I'm just gonna say this is con-based food, right? Or no, we're not gonna say con-based food. We're gonna say loot drop percentage food. Now, first off, you're gonna notice right off the bat, you're saying, but Jay, there's 7 stats. Social organizations only account for 2 of them, and 1 of them accounts for loot drop food. And you know what I say? That's perfectly balancing imperfectly. When you are a captain in the Thieves Guild, you can add on dex onto your food. Now, maybe the Thieves Guild gets dex and loot drop. Maybe there's some other things, but for right now, we're just saying each social organization gives you 1. And then you come up here and you got your religion. Now you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 religions. And I'm not going to spell out a buff, but you can kind of see where this is going. And then down here, you've got a whole lot of things. You've got node type, and then buildings in nodes. You've got region node is in, So you've got choices here. You are a master, you are a max level crafter, and you decide to be in the Merchant's Guild and Religion 4, and you're in a specific node type with a specific region. So you can create a type of food that nobody else can, because you are the only master crafter of the Merchant's Guild Religion 4 and a divine node in the desert. That's how you do exclusive recipes. You don't waste your time with, I put 6 blue flowers and 2 green flowers and 1 loaf of bread and 1 dead Tulnar and 5 idiotic trolls from the Discord, put them all in the blender, hit for pay, pour it into the pot with crushed tomatoes and a little chili powder, and realize, nah, I'm not eating that. Throw that batch out, let's try it again. That's not how you do it. What you do it is, you have somebody that creates all of this. And also remember, if you leave the Merchant's Guild, you can no longer buy the seasoned spice of 7 sages that is needed to make that particular item anymore. Those are bound, and they have an expiration date. So when you leave the Merchant's Guild, your ability to make that item is finite. If you join a different social organization, you will become a master of a different specialty. Can you change your citizenship? Yes. You may change your citizenship every 14 days, unless your node is destroyed. And then I believe Steven has said, if your node is destroyed and your house is destroyed, you get an immediate citizenship switch. So can I be a master crafter of a specific bow that focuses on glass cannon damage? Sure. If so, how does moving work? What do you mean, how does moving work? One resource for you and all the other new people, Ashes 101 answers a lot of these questions, but since this is the Q&A show, if you have a house in one node, your stuff, you move your stuff. The only time your stuff gets auto-moved, is when your house gets destroyed due to a siege, or you pack your house up. And these are all loose rules because Steven still needs to make some final determinations. And I disagree with you getting a mail with all your stuff. I think your stuff should be kicked up the food chain to your parent node. Unless it's a metro that gets destroyed, then it should get kicked down to a vassal node, and you have to manually move your stuff. If everybody else has to manually move their stuff, you do too. But I do understand that getting a mail with all your stuff in it is a consolation prize for you losing your house. Is there any aspect of Ashes of Creation that you feel excited about in particular? Just curious on what gives you the most excitement about the game as a whole. What gives me the most excitement about Ashes of Creation is the node system. The node system, and the fact that this is a dynamic, ever-changing world due to player interaction. One of the things I wish EVE Online had done was to go a step further. And in EVE Online, I forgot, I did, hold on, I think, hold on. I thought I had grabbed the numbers. I guess I didn't. Give me one other place. I think it's actually relevant for me to try for 5 seconds to find the. Yeah, here it is. So EVE Online, right? EVE Online has 8,485 player systems that players can play in. 14% is high sec, 8% is low sec, and 78% of that is null sec. including systems that are in the data that you can't access. But with that said, I think EVE Online should have done things differently, where if I want to destroy a Stargate, a jump gate, I can. However, you needed to create ships that can bypass the jump gate requirement. They have ships that require Sinos to move. What they should have is they should have had slipstream ships, where if there used to be a gate there to there, you can slipstream in, and then you can open a smaller portal that other people can come through. Maybe 5 minutes, a 5-minute summoning, and then people can bore through your slipstream, not capital ships. But I think there were a lot of things they could have done that could have changed EVE Online and given more player agency to EVE Online. The node system, in my opinion, is the single greatest system I've seen in any game in the last 15 years. Does node expansion have a minimum? Have a maximum? Yes. You can only grow to the level one above you. Your neighbor caps you, so you will always be one below your neighbor. So once the whole node system gets built, then the only way to get growth for the node you live in is to siege another node. I see you guys talking about corruption. You're never going to have a food that removes corruption, and you guys know better. You've been on my show. If you water down the corruption system, then you take away the purpose of the corruption system. So, oh, thanks. Oh, that's why it didn't alert me. That's why it didn't alert me. Let's see. Stop giving CCP ideas. Why? I have no problem. Oh, this is gonna take me a minute. I have no I have no problem giving any company free ideas. The reason why I have no problem giving any company free ideas is because what are you talking about? It's right there. Stupid ass thing. Because I would be honored if a company took one of my ideas, or I would be honored if a company said, you know what, Jay, we listened to your stream and you had an idea and we're going to build off of that idea. I would be honored if, that happened. Be like, cool, you took my idea. What? Like, if Steven watches my show or his people watch my show and they see all of my ideas and they're like, we love it, take it. If you want to give me credit for it, you want to give me kudos for it, that'd be nice. If you don't, that's cool. I'm good with that too. Like, just as long as we're getting progress in MMORPGs. I am tired of bad MMORPGs. It's like, I wrote down today, and I know Prometheus is going to be jumping on the bandwagon of people who are tired, and like, he's going to be like, fuck man, Jay's picking on me now. There are game developers who watch my show who I know they're like, man, I'm friends with Jay now, but when my game comes close to getting released, I know he's going to do this stuff. But then those people also know that's not going to happen because those people listen. Those people listen, or those people are like, I hear your concern and here's the answer. I hear your concern and here's our rationale. I hear your concern and here's our why. Fractured MMO. Gamigo, you suck dick at your job, Gamigo Games. You literally wrote Fractured MMO, largest dynamic MMORPG. I didn't notice that on their Twitter. Hold on. Let me grab it just so we can see it. Fracture, hold on, notifications. When you guys know, I love Fractured. I absolutely love Fractured. They will always be near and dear to me. They were the very first company that gave me a big boy of creator code. I was able to give you guys a discount on your purchases. That was huge to me. They loved my community enough. They gave me a code that allowed me to give my community a discount on purchases. Loved it, right? But here's the problem that I have with it, right? Where the hell did I save it? Oh, I didn't. Right? Here's the problem. On their Twitter page, they renamed their Twitter, right? They renamed their Twitter Fractured Online, the first truly dynamic MMORPG. Hey, Gamigo, EVE Online's on the phone and they say they at least have a game that doesn't suck. They'd like to know why they're just getting forgotten about. Is EVE Online not an MMORPG? The first truly dynamic MMORPG. Ashes of Creation. You Fractured. Fractured, why do you want to get this attention? The first open world sandbox MMORPG featuring action combat, interactable environments, no grind, player-driven economy, and universal colonization. Hold up a second. Hold the fuck up. Hold up. Hold up. No grind. I don't know about you, Fractured players. How many of you have nightmares about going into the Goblin Hills the third time to get your 27 Goblin Chiefs, right? Player-driven economy. Congratulations. Those skills are grindy as hell. Yeah, right? The problem is when you sell it, you gotta sell it right. Instant level 50, I'm in. Fractured is super grindy. Yes, Fractured is super grindy. I can't in good faith assume Intrepid will deliver a solid game for me. Not jaded, but I'm not going to get hyped. Just observing. That's a good way to do it. That is a really, really, really good way to do it. Don't, at this point. Okay. It is very inhumane to cook any animal alive. I want to preface it. It is inhumane to cook any animal alive. But how do you boil a frog? You don't throw a frog in boiling water. You put a frog in cold water and you gradually increase the temperature. I've been around the Ashes of Creation community for 5 years. And so I'm a loyal supporter of Steven. I'm not a loyal supporter of Ashes of Creation. I'm a loyal supporter of Steven and his vision. Yeah, crabs and lobsters are boiled alive. It's inhumane to do. With that said, I am a loyal supporter of Steven because I believe in his vision. I believe in Harvey Dent. I believe in Steven. My thing is this. I will fight tooth and nail with people on a lot of subjects when it comes to Ashes of Creation. But there are certain subjects that when new players come into the community, I'm like, yeah, you're right. And then the White Knights jump on top of it and the White Knights start to fight with them and I'm like, you look really stupid right now. People who come into the community with complaints about the over-aggressive monetization of Ashes of Creation have an absolutely valid argument. Steven's response today is a completely valid response, but there is a mismatch. You are literally talking about having a low barrier to entry by not having a box price. But then you have a high barrier to entry to individual cosmetics. With that said, I am not complaining about how they do it. I am complaining about, I like mission statements, I like visions, I like strategies, I like objectives, I like tactics. I like to understand as a former marketing person, I know how that's going to work. I like watching my favorite NFL team and knowing it's 1st and 10, it's going to be a running play. It's 2nd and 8, going to be a running play. It's 3rd and 2, going to be a pass. It's 2nd and 2, going to be a pass. It's 4th and 21, they're punting. I like certain things to be, predictable. the things Intrepid does sometimes boggles my mind. Completely boggles my mind. And then when new people come into the community and voice a concern about it, we got a handful of people on the Discord who beat them over the head, and then they leave. And then I'm busy following those people, PMing them, talking to them, making sure they're taken care of. And then they're like, well, what about this? And what about this? And so people try to bring those things up. And what does the community do? A handful of people talk Steven into keeping the cosmetics exclusive. And because Steven's already biased to keeping them exclusive, Steven keeps them exclusive, which he can do. But then don't turn around and say the very next thing. See, consistency. We're parsing all the Alpha 1 data. We're parsing all the 1 data so we can make data-driven decisions, but we're making our cosmetic decision based on what the CEO likes. There's nothing wrong with making decisions based on what the CEO likes. There's nothing wrong with making data-driven decisions. But I'm not going to believe that you're making data-driven decisions on the combat when you're making biased preferential decisions on another aspect of your company. It just doesn't fit, like, it's like does not compute, does not add up, does not equal X. X equals what the fuck at the moment. X is like, I don't know what X is, because you're doing 2 different things that have 2 different vision statements. The cosmetics are not there to make money. They're there to develop the world, but the world was supposed to be developed 3 years ago. Fine. The cosmetics are a way to develop all the things in the world. Fine. You had a plan for giant ducks before you had foster ducks in your backyard that got eaten by falcons? Question mark. You don't have a list of the cosmetics that are ready and what they go on. So who's driving the ship? Question mark. And then those questions get asked, right? Those questions get asked, and apparently when you ask those questions, if you're an OG, you get told that maybe you should take a 6-month break and you're getting a little too toxic. And when you're a new person, you get told to shut the fuck up on the official Discord and you don't matter. Does $15 a month seem low for a game of its scale in an indie game studio? Loss leader pricing strategy keeps coming to mind in conjunction and favor of clear cosmetics. So here's the problem. Nobody is moving above $15 a month for anything. The only packages because remember, people think an MMORPG is a game, and MMORPG is not a game, and MMORPG is a service. It's an online service. It is no different than Disney Plus, Netflix, Hulu, HBO, whatever, Amazon Prime. It's a service. Current psychology is that people will not balk at a $14.99 subscription, but people will balk at a $16.99 subscription. But they'll have a $16.99 subscription if they add on stuff that takes them above $14.99. $14.99 is really the floor right now. And that sucks for a lot of places because they need to go above $14.99, but the world's not ready for that. Anyway, guys, it's a little over... Well, it's a little under 2/3 of my show, but I've drank all my tea. I need a couple of minutes break. I will be back, and then we'll get back to those questions. Alrighty. What's everybody here excited about? I'm just happy that we might get a good MMO, which I've been such a bad drop for some time, and I know we all share this problem. Yeah, the problem right now is everybody is accepting crap because there's no alternative. Like, and I say this and I try to liken it to a real world scenario. You guys all know that there's acceptable, there's unacceptable, there's acceptable, and then there's good. Good and acceptable are not synonyms. If you, like, you all know that there's whatever limited commodity you have near you. There's only one Chinese place. There's only one Chinese place near you, and it's horrible. You don't eat there. There's only one Chinese place near you, and it's satisfactory. It's not great. You have Chinese like once a month. You have pizza 6 times a month because the pizza place near you is good. You have Chinese once a month for a change of pace, and it's acceptable. You don't have Mexican in town because the Mexican place is horrible. Whatever your bad is. Right now, people are starving for an MMORPG because all we have is bad. There's, like, I think Final Fantasy, now that I've played through, I'd say about a third and a half of Endwalker, I'm not impressed by Endwalker. I know everybody was like spooning over, and no spoilers, no spoilerinos, but everybody was talking how great Endwalker was. So far, Endwalker has been more of go and talk and listen and talk and go and listen and talk. My personal take is we have good enough in the MMO market. Yes, that's the problem. We have good enough. We have good enough. I know that you just went over how Alpha 2 does not have an exact date, but do have a very rough estimate of how long this game will take to reach beta. Here's the problem. Nobody knows how long this is going to take, not even Intrepid. Intrepid has no idea how long this is going to take because Intrepid, like I said, Intrepid has reverted backwards on their agile development to design for combat. And because combat touches everything. So until they get combat to a point where they know some baseline stuff isn't going to change. Like, let's be honest, it took them 5 years to figure out that split body animation was good. But they had a battle royale in 2018 that they listened to people and did forward routing animation. Do you guys know that if they had just abandoned action combat years ago, they'd be much further ahead? They've spent a lot of time just fucking around with action combat. So this is true. We consume each product that comes out because we have nothing else. We pray for rain, but only get rust. Yeah. How long do you think till they have combat figured out? I think, and I'm gonna say this, I think they need to figure out combat pretty Ricky Tick because Intrepid is now facing 2 major competitors. And it's great. It's great that Steven says that they're not worried, they have the money. Well, unless you want to spend 60 million of your own money to make $4 million back in return, you better be worried. You better be worried about Arc H2. And you better be worried about Arc H2. And you better be worried about Project TL. And you better be worried about the Riot MMO. Because the Riot MMO Yes, there's crouching now. They've changed. They've gone backwards on that stance. They better be worried about Arc Age 2. Because Arc Age 2 won't destroy Ashes of Creation. Arc Age 2 won't destroy Ashes of Creation. But Arc Age 2 has the potential to pull all of your Arc Age players out of Ashes of Creation. Project TL is the new lineage. Is this for me? It might be for me. Come on, is this for me? I don't have my camera set up outside right now. I can't just watch it. Where is he? What's he doing? I'm like the dog, man. It's the UPS guy. I'm the dog right now. Yep. Be right back. I gotta get my packages off the porch. Alrighty, so I can stay open. I'll play Riot MMO over Ashes just to play with friends, and I bet I'm the only one that goes. I'm not the only one if it goes mainstream. Well, yeah. So there's the problem. So Arcage pulls out all your Arcage players. Project TL pulls out all of your hardcore lineage players. The Riot MMORPG pulls out all your poor players. So, what do I mean by poor players? Riot's MMO is free to play. So, you're talking about three major companies. Three major companies that are going to be coming out with MMORPGs that are going to be competing directly with you. And if you don't come out before Arcage, then what you're doing is you're giving the initiative to Arcage. You're saying to Arcage, I'm going to let you come out first and you have to suck. So don't compare AGS to Riot. Well, why? Why wouldn't you compare AGS to Riot? Because Riot, I mean, Riot has made the same mistakes AGS has made. The only difference between AGS and Riot is Riot wasn't interested in developing a proof of concept for their engine. So Riot has no history in the MMORPG space. Riot has no history in the MMORPG space. Riot has already had 2 failed games as well. So absolutely, Riot and AGS can be directly head-to-head compared. Because neither one of them has released an MMORPG before, and we saw how badly New World fucked up, or AGS fucked up New World. With that said, AGS, New World should not be used as a benchmark to say a history of success. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they have a history of success in a different genre. Absolutely does not matter if they have a history of success in a different genre. Because the MMORPG genre is like trying to bottle smoke. The recipe for success for an MMORPG is so different than any other game. Any other game. It doesn't matter if Riot is a 1.25 billion a year company. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. They have to make an MMORPG that's good. Or they have to make an MMORPG that's good enough and free. Yeah. The Chicago Bulls have a big history of success in basketball. How many championships have they won since Michael Jordan? They won 3 with Jordan, didn't win for 2 years, won 3 more with Jordan, haven't won one since. Absolutely. History of success doesn't matter. Look at Blizzard and Heroes of the Storm. Blizzard has the greatest financial success of any company ever. and their MOBA sucked. Their MMORPG is great, their MOBA sucked. Just because you're good at one thing, that's that whole specialist generalist thing that we talked about earlier today. Just because you are a great generalist doesn't mean you're a great specialist in every specialty. Just because you're a great specialist in one specialty doesn't mean you're a competent generalist. ESO is made by Bethesda. Riot has Greg Street, and Greg Street doesn't make the top 4 of MMORPG developers. ESO is made by Bethesda, and that was a major flop. And it was so bad they had to change a lot of the systems just to become average, only to realize they had made back all that development had to go hard on monetization. Yes. One who was a big insider on WoW. Yeah, but he's not. Greg Street's name, when you say Blizzard Entertainment, Greg Street's name isn't the cream that rises to the top. No, Zetrix is not incorrect. That is the history of ESO. They didn't make back their development money. So, oh, you talking about ZeniMax? They did go bullshit. They went hard on monetization. Wasn't ESO a sub-based model in the beginning? I recall ESO being a sub-based model in the beginning. That's going hard on monetization. They have a box price for their expansions and a subscription. Right now they have a box price, an optional subscription, and an optional cash shop. So yeah, they go hard on monetization. I mean, you can say that the monetization is fair. You can say that you like the monetization. ES now sells the kitchen sink. Yeah. And loot boxes. It was yeah. That's the thing. They have gone hard on monetization. They have an optional sub. They have a box price. They have a cash shop. So, yeah, I don't know why. I don't know how you're going to say they don't go hard on monetization. Let's see. Welcome back. About corruption. To what extent will the corrupted areas affect the node if the players decide to not deal with it? Does it have a limit, or can it go as far as to take over, destroy node cities? You guys might have to close out Stream Raiders and reopen it. There was an update. These guys, man, these guys lately have been kind of missing the mark on their updates. Hold on. MMORPG is exponentially intensive. Still, my expectations are higher for Riot because of the resources and history. Didn't AGS have several failed games? Wasn't too hopeful for New World. Yeah. Amazon Game Studios hasn't launched a single game. They've had 5 failures. So, look at how monetized Final Fantasy XIV is. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is monetized, and now their CEO thinks NFTs are the new direction. So, let's see. Yeah, it looks like there might be something going on. Yeah, it looks like there's something going on. It looks like the people who were in are in. Let me see if they have an update. So. Yeah, it looks like there's a problem, and they are addressing it. Yeah, game is failing to load. We're looking into it. So they're on it. So, about to what extent will the corrupted areas affect the node? It will not destroy the node. Steven has said that there are no events that can destroy the node. Only player in action or action can destroy a node. Now, disrupt the node and destroy the node are two different things. The corrupted area might affect the node, and obviously, right? So obviously, if... Hold on. I want to do this real quick. I like to save some of these, so when people say, you put this picture up, and I'm like, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Hi, buddy. Please don't claw my leg. I didn't mean to make you angry. Whatever I did, What? Okay, we'll just do. So you have a node, right? And in that node, well, you have a zone of influence. Let's do it this way. You have a zone of influence, and inside that zone of influence, you have a node. So inside of that orange circle, all the XP gained inside of that orange circle goes to your node. Well, now what happens is a corrupted area spawned and is now taking over this much of your node. What that means is that section of your node, the content there is no longer contributing XP directly to your node, which means if people are too afraid to go down there and farm, people are just ignoring it, that means you're getting less and less XP for your node. This will cause a problem with atrophy because your node might atrophy and not be able to pay off its XP debt. You might also then start to have events that come out of this node and they come into your node and you have a monster coin event, right? And it comes in and it destroys NPCs, destroys buildings, the available, like you destroy the crafting area, then you aren't getting crafter XP. Nodes can still de-level. No, de-leveling, it was taken out of the design about 2 years ago, year and a half ago. When I interviewed Steven in 2020, it was nodes being de-leveled was taken out because of the amount of touch points and the amount of hand jamming that would have to go on. The number of things that evolve due to a node leveling up becomes too much for them to walk backwards with a de-leveling. So this event can indirectly affect the node, but not directly affect the node. This event wouldn't form a siege. There would be no siege from this corrupted area. So, are there plans to release a standalone benchmark during alpha or beta to allow the community to test their current computers to see what settings they can play to get the smoothest experience possible? I realize that optimization will probably be taking place up to launch, but a tool like that could help the community get at least an idea of what to expect in terms of visuals to performance. Let me tell you this. Benchmarks like this are the biggest waste of time, effort, energy. Absolutely a waste of time. Because a standalone benchmark is ultimately 1/2 of testing the game. Yes, repeatedly missing the XP requirement leads to destruction as if a node had failed a siege. With this said, a benchmark for a game is going to tell you not how the game is going to run. It is going to tell you how the benchmark runs. Unless you are testing the real deal, right? Unless you are testing the real deal, including connection to the server, it doesn't really tell you how your system's going to handle it. Because then some people are going to get the impression that because their 1080 was able to get medium graphics on the benchmark, that they're going to be able to get 27 frames per second during a siege. And then they find out in a siege that there's a lot more things going on than just what was in the benchmark. Benchmarks are a horrible, horrible tool. They fill people with false hope. They give people false impressions. It is what it is. I don't think that they should even design that tool. I have a question about scribing. The wiki says a few things about the profession, but I don't exactly know what the scribe can do. Neither do we. Good question. All right, let's see how bad this gets jacked up. You know, it would be great as well with Stream Raiders. Stream Raiders, could you guys stop? Could you guys please stop fucking around with your game in the middle of the day? Like, you break your shit. Yeah, an error has occurred. Please try again in a moment. You guys break your shit all the time. Like, it's so obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. What discussions are being held to deal with bots and gold sellers? Active GMing. Done. Done. If honestly, I'm gonna say this: if this person can't be bothered to go to the wiki and look up gold sellers. Oh shit, gold sellers isn't there. Gold buyers. Wow. Okay. This needs to have a section in the wiki on gold buyers and gold sellers. Wait, is something that's not fucking working? Well, that works that way. I mean, bots. Yeah, they don't. That would be somebody that works over at the wiki. That would be a good one. So this is going to be a good question. I give this question a like because the wiki does not adequately address this question. Would I guess scrolls operate as consumable buffs like WoW? No, because Intrepid doesn't want to have a bunch of mandatory buffs. And the problem with buffs is that the more mandatory things you have, then the less fun the game feels. Because then you're not playing the game, you're playing, did I get all of my buffs this week? Did I make enough money this week to buy all of my mandatory consumables? Like, it was one of the things I had to talk to my guild leader about in Arcade. I said, you're yelling at people because they're not keeping pace with the mandatory, where's your gear upgrade? Like, how many pieces of gear did you get upgraded this week? And I said, you're yelling at your healers and you're losing healers. And I said, it's real simple. I'm popping mana potions to keep all these chuckle fucks alive, but these chuckle fucks aren't popping healing potions to keep themselves alive. And then he was like, so what does that mean? I was like, so give gold to your healers. So they changed it. They gave out every time you were at an event, you got, I think, 25 healing potions. They helped offset. And then he yelled at the DPS as well. He says, I'm going to be recording the matches and I better see heals. I better see your life going up because you're popping healing potions. If you're going to yell at the healers aren't popping enough mana potions, you better be popping healing potions. Question about open instance dungeons. I don't know what an open instanced dungeon is. It's either open or it's instanced. What can we expect from them? When are we going to get more information about them? Will there be something like dungeon pushing reward system? Isn't the reward system of the dungeon the gear you get? Do you need another benefit to the dungeon? So, will there be any support for exporting game files to 3D print? For instance, when we get a new shiny sword or helmet, we could pay to export the model as a printable file. Revenue for you, swag for us, and free advertising. No, that won't happen. Here's why it won't happen. Because you just said swag. And we already have 700 different people that are making fake Ashes of Creation merchandise. I get tired of every week seeing fake Ashes of Creation merchandise. Why is Intrepid Studios not aggressively protecting their intellectual property? I do not understand. I do not know. Right? I do not know. I do not understand. But they need to. They need to aggressively protect their stuff. And it's not like these things are up there. It's not like these things are up there for like 10 minutes and Intrepid addresses them. These things are up there for weeks and weeks and weeks and months. And they know it's like this. Ready? I don't have to get a lawyer involved to get you to take something down if I have your account. You have a $1,000 account with Intrepid Studios and you're illegally selling bootleg merch. You know how I get you to take down your bootleg merch store? Hey, you know that clause that allows me to ban you for any and all reason, including no reason? Your account's banned. Thanks for breaking our terms of service. Thanks for stealing our intellectual property. You have a good day. Then when the person responds, it's like, oh, now I've got your attention. Oh, now that you lost your account, I can ban your account for any and all reason, including no reason. Okay. Have a good day. Let's see. Lately, there's been a ton of talk about X tank and other class combinations such as X DPS and X healer. With the best gear, augment choices, and setup, will you be designating secondary class augmentations with the goal of letting the Arctic take on main tank, main DPS, or main healer? No. They won't. Tank plus tank abilities, as you see here in this video, tank abilities. At the bottom of every ability, you're going to see generates additional aggro. Tank abilities generate aggro. Tank augments may allow you to generate enough aggro to off tank, hold an ad, something of that nature. But if a sub tank can tank as well as a tank, then who in the hell is ever going to want to play a tank? If a subclass tank can hold aggro, then you wouldn't have a main tank in your party. You would take more DPS. So real simple. No. The answer is no. And then the next question says, will X tank be able to play the tank role just as good as tank X? And I actually can't believe somebody asked that question. Like, do you need to be told no? Right? No. You mentioned 20% of the content will be instance mainly for story, but are there any plans for 40-man instant content with a giant raid, in-depth bosses, and trash mobs with challenging mechanics? Also, hello, we love your work. We're excited for Alpha 2. Keen to help make this the best MMORPG ever. Okay, you got a mouse in your pocket? Who's we? Second of all, will there be a 40-man instance content with a giant raid, in-depth bosses, and trash mobs? Could we just be honest for a second? Do you really need your trash mobs to be riveting? Does the trash in the dungeon have to be riveting, or is the trash in the mob? Is the trash just there to annoy you? The moment you call it trash, you are indicating what the mob is. The mob is trash. The mob is filler. The mob is in your way. Now, I will say this: Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker, there is no such thing as a trash pull when you are on gear level for the dungeon. It used to be double pull, or double pull, double pull boss, double pull, boss, double pull, double pull boss. We're done. 22 minutes. Let's get out of here. I double pulled in a new dungeon. I regretted it because the trash isn't trash anymore. The trash is there to make you treat it seriously. So don't disrespect the trash. Will the game be alt friendly? Wait. How are group mounts different from regular mounts in regards to unlocking or obtaining? Good question. Will this game be alt friendly? When I make progress on some of my main character, won't I have to do it again on my alt? No, you'll have to do it again on your alt. People need to remember that alts are alternative mains. Alt means alternative character. So in Ashes of Creation, it's an alternative character. It's treated like an alternative main. You make progress in the social organization on your main. If you want to have an alt, you have to make that same progress again and again and again and again. The only progress you don't have to make is housing and citizenship. Your entire account shares citizenship, and you share all your housing. So, what depth do you see the fishing mechanic going? 7 feet. We're only going to fish to 7 feet. Yeah, there are account-wide achievements, yes. Assuming the tank role class will be underplayed, would it be wrong if Intrepid gave non-combat special benefits to the tank to encourage acquisition, embellishment, armor designs? No, why? Why? If the server doesn't line up 1/8 tank, 1/8 cleric, 1/8 bard, 1/8 summoner, 4/8 damage dealers, then guess what? Tanks will be called, people will be paying tanks because they'll be like, hey, I need a tank in my guild. What do you need? You need guild? You need consumables? I remember the days where people needed grind bards in Final Fantasy 11, and you'd show up and somebody would open trade with you and they would pay you. You would get paid in a stack of crystals. It wasn't much, but it was, thank you for joining our party, Bard. Thank you, Bard, for being in our party, because with you, we get 300% more XP. Sorry. Things and stuff are happening. WoW Classic got real bad because of the lack of tanks. At level tanks would not run a dungeon with that level players without being paid. Yeah. So the way it works is, yeah, I got paid many times for reses in EQ. Man, I got paid all the time for reses in Final Fantasy. I would just be like, you would zone into a zone and they'd be like, I will pay you to come res me. Okay. I'm on my way. Get there, res, pay me. It was always funny when you were in their party so that you could find them and they didn't open trade with you and they tried to walk away and then you warped to them back to Juno. That was always funny. Was a cleric back in EQ2, was always getting PM'd asking if there was anything I wanted just to join their guild, leaving current one, and it was all mine. Yeah. Pretty much. I used to get paid to heal in Vanilla WoW the good old days. Yeah. I mean, that's how it worked. But the serious answer, what depth do you see the fishing mechanic going? They want to make a robust fishing experience with both mundane and sports interactive fishing. We have heard a lot about optimizing game performance client side and have seen the progress, but can you tell us how you plan to fulfill the goal of keeping the server side stable for large scale battles, given that preventing lag and maintaining stability will be a necessary pillar? Perhaps some technical examples. No, they're not going to give you that. Number one, you wouldn't explain it. You wouldn't understand it anyway. Okay, now I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I'm not trying to be a condescending prick, but based on the nature of the question, they're going to be like, ready? Star Trek The Next Generation, Data in LaForge are just going to talk and you're not going to understand it. But can you tell us how you plan to fulfill the goal of keeping server side stable for large scale battles, given that preventing lag and maintaining stability will be a necessary pillar? Well, then why don't you ask them how they're going to prevent lag and maintain server stability? Why aren't you worried? Like, preventing lag, right? Preventing lag is its own question. How are you going to deal with increasing scaling latency? How are you going to deal with increasing scaling latency the more people you put in an area? That would be a technical question that then you give you get the technical answer for. Yeah, we've done optimization of the server side calculations. And then you're going to be like, but that's not really an answer. Be like, well, the nature of your question indicates that you're not going to understand a technical answer. Like, truthfully, I'm not going to ask for a technical answer. I'm just going to simply say, hey, you said you're going to be able to do this size of a fight. Can you do this size of a fight? Yes, good. How are you going to do it? I don't care. It's like watching the sausage be made, man. I don't need to watch sausage be made. I know sausage tastes delicious, but I don't want to see how it's made. Oh. I can't do that either. Sorry, I had my back adjusted today and I had cupping done. So my back is all really hella sore. Will the hotbars have the ability to assign gear sets and menu option shortcuts? Final Fantasy XIV? No, probably not. Although Steven did indicate at one point that you might be able to hot swap armor out of combat, so my brain has all this stuff in it. Maybe. The answer to that is maybe. Maybe. How will group leveling compare to solo leveling? As in, will the benefits of forming a group outweigh the inconvenience of it? Will leveling as a group be more efficient than going solo? If so, how? Yes, the answer is yes. So, first of all, I don't want to turn into a huge math lesson because I'll lose most of you, but this is the thing that people never understand, right? My XP! Shut up. Because most of you can't figure it out. Ready? Well, not you guys. You guys are all smart. It's all the people not in our server. So, you have a one-person party and you have a two-person party, right? Now, they kill the same thing. It's just got a smiley face. This guy gets 1,000 XP. These guys would each get 500 XP, but because in a two-person party you get a 0.2 modifier, they each get 600 XP. Now, right here is where the people just go, yeah, Stream Raiders is dead. This is where the people go, well, huck, I'm better off killing by myself. Well, if it takes you 60 seconds to kill one by yourself and 30 seconds to kill one with people, that means you're getting 1200 XP a minute if you kill 2 per minute versus 1000 XP per minute if you kill it by yourself. This is called group XP. What you do is you make it so that you get enough XP by having more people in the group. Now, if this becomes 0.3, then this would be worth 1300 divided by 3, right? Would be 433. Now, some people are going to say, well, it's 433, so a 2-person party is optimal. Unless, of course, you kill it in 12 seconds. So now you kill 5 in a minute. So now you've got 2,000 for the 400, right? And you've got 150 and the 15, right? So you can kiss my ass on your Common Core math. That's 2165, right? Hello, AoE team. Age of Empires team? This isn't Age of Empires. This is the AOC team. How do you fuck that up? So, regarding gear, what will the system be? Imagine you drop craft an item. Will it be random stats that you can't upgrade? Or if the same item comes at level 1, 2, making... No, it's not going to be that. Making you keep upgrading it up to 9, 10. No. So, that it's not going to be heirloom gear or legacy gear or gear that you evolve with you. It's not going to be Hiram gear. You will get new gear at new levels. Dropped gear will have random stats. Crafted gear will have stats that the crafter chose. When it comes to crafting, gear, the crafter gets exactly what they're looking for. During your Alpha 1 live stream, a viewer pointed out how the spell icon cooldown animation was a dimmed counter clockwise fade. Looks hella odd annoying, but you replied with unsureness. WoW and Final Fantasy do clockwise. You know what I'm referring to, the small thing, but hope it's traditional clockwise. Well, it depends on, so that icon depends on what you're doing with it. So Final Fantasy does clockwise because it has a global cooldown, so all of your abilities go on, all of your global cooldown abilities go on the same clock at the same time. Because Intrepid hasn't decided how their combat system's going to work yet, if they're doing combat a certain way, then counterclockwise should work because that ability is on a different cooldown. Clockwise, if you're on global cooldown, everything that's on global cooldown can go clockwise because all of those abilities are going to come off global cooldown at the same time. In Alpha 1, the abilities went counterclockwise because each ability had its own cooldown, which Final Fantasy does that as well. You have an ability that's on an individual cooldown, so it depends on... Again, that's one of those, they have to know what the system's going to look like before they can design those subparts of the UI. Are we going to have a global cooldown? Are we going to have no global cooldown? Will there be jewelry? Yes. So that's the big piece to that. They have to know how cooldown and global cooldown is going to work. So, what other classes besides tank and cleric will be able to fill the main tanking healing roles? Tank and cleric. If not, what does this mean when forming a party of 8? Will there be a lack of tanks and healer to pull from? Okay. Why do people always come up with the bullshit of, will there be a lack of tanks and healer to pull from? Why would there suddenly be a lack of tanks and healers? I want to point something out to people. If you're having a hard time finding tanks or you're having a hard time finding healers, it might just be that you're an asshole and you treat your tanks and healers poorly. I'll tell you right now, Final Fantasy XI era, If you yell at me as the healer and it's not my fucking fault, warp. Where'd you go? Back to fucking Juno? Why? Because fuck you guys, that's why. Who yelled at me? Your name's on my list. At the end of the week, retype up my list, re-alphabetize it, stick it to my monitor. So, chances are if you're having a hard time finding tanks and healers, you're abusing your tanks and healers. If 1/8 of the population needs to be tanks and 1/8 of the population needs to be healers, then maybe you should form your static before launch, and maybe your guild should treat healers better. So. If I hire several drivers to escort a large... Okay. If I hire several drivers in a large escort for multiple caravan group, then will my personal Metropolis node storage be able to hold that volume of goods? Yes. Yes. Is jewelry permanent, or do we have to farm it again once its timeline is done? It's permanent. I can't click on a YouTube link during my show because I never know what's on the other side of the link. Sorry. In the interview with Mmorpg.com, Steven mentioned again the formation for bards. Will this be the primary way that bards buff their teams? All right, so this formation thing, Steven needs to either explain this thing or he needs to stop talking about it, because expecting people to form complex formations is not going to work. And it's not going to be the bard's fault. Bards are generally not the shot caller because bards generally have a whole lot of other things going on in their day. I don't even want to yeah, Ducks Flying V. I always thought it was the formation as in Bard, you're doing DPS increase buff, stand near the DPS, not near the flying, not like, yeah. Well, you can barely get people to stand in healing range. Yeah, you can barely get people to stand in healing range. And what you can also not do is, and I say this to people all the time, I do not need you to run towards me if you have an AoE effect that's about to kill you. Stay the fuck away from me. I can heal you from over here. I have a 30-meter range. Standing next to me and getting killed and killing me is not how you get a heal. I will fucking bitch slap a healer or bitch slap a damage dealer that stands next to me and kills me, and they say, well, if you had healed me, no, bitch, it's an AoE. It's going to damage you one way or another. But if you healed me, I wouldn't have died, but now I'm dead. But you didn't heal me. You're right. I didn't heal you. I was busy healing the tank because you were busy being at 40% damage because you can't get out of the red shit. So you were going to eat a death and I was going to speed res you. That's how that was going to work. Now I'm dead and nobody else has reses. So thank you for wiping the party. Damage dealers. It is not my primary responsibility to heal your ass. It is not my responsibility to heal your ass. It is my responsibility to refill as many of your hit points as I am able to after ensuring that the tank is not going to die. If the tank dies, it's the healer's fault. If the healer dies, it's the tank's fault. If the damage dealers die, it's their own damn fault because they were probably standing in the red shit. It's your job to heal me. Why else would you be called healer? I am the tank's healer. I am the tank's healer, and I am responsible for capping off unavoidable AoE damage. If it is avoidable damage, that is your own fault. Pop a fucking pot. Now, if it is a 95% damage spell, it's my job to heal you up immediately afterwards. I love when playing a tank and the DPS grabs aggression and runs away from me towards the healer. Yeah, because my spell, unless my spells have travel time, stay where the fuck you are. Stay way the far away from me. People run towards me in Final Fantasy. My fucking spells don't have travel time there, boss. Arcage, the spells had travel times. You wanted to run to the hearts. So here's an important question that's been digging into my mind. With the planned future of another alpha, which I'm excited to take part in again, and multiple betas, what worries do you have that by the time we reach the release date, a large portion of the player base could quickly be lost due to feeling like they've already played the game? Well, that sucks because you're not playing the game, you're testing the game. If you don't want to be a tester, don't test the game. It's real simple. That is internal locus of control. If you do not want to burn yourself out, don't burn yourself out. It is not this is not a hard concept. This is not a hard concept. Period. Some games I've loved, noticeably first-person shooter games, have been released for multiple betas, either allowing people to draw early conclusions and not get the game, or not purchase it due to believing they've already experienced all it has to offer. Do you have plans to hold back certain forms of content, even including things like archetypes or classes, to ensure that we all have... This is such a dumb fucking question. Because I don't have responsibility over my own actions, and I can't internally locus of control myself, I want you to externally locus of control me. Everything needs to be tested, so they can't hold things back, okay? What is the point of testing if you don't test everything? And the answer is there isn't one. There isn't one. You have to test all of it. You have to test all of it. Where that? I don't have a button for that. And then that and Stream Raiders Clock. I'm tired of looking at you, Sprocket. When they get the game fixed, I will go back to Stream Raiders. I was hoping to finish a map today. But good questions today. Let's take another look around. Anything anywhere else? We'll close this. Wait until they tell me it's up. Oh, Reddit. Anything good on the Reddit? Probably not. Oh, I can do this. Ready? And I can do this. Get some crosshair. My family's gone. It's 7 degrees outside, but my office is 77 degrees. I got the window open. No. I love playing a tank and the DPS grabs aggression. Yeah, always irritates me. Always irritates me. Or it always amazes me when you, like in Final Fantasy, when you've pulled aggro, because I had a countdown that says battle starts in 10 seconds, and you decide to grab aggro, and then you die. I can't believe you didn't pull aggro. I can't believe you couldn't wait 10 seconds. I can't believe you couldn't wait 10 seconds. Let me see. We'll grab that one. We'll grab that one. We'll grab that one. We'll talk about some of these. Will food drink buffs persist through death? No. Not planned to. They are not planned to. Reddit. Where are you at? Reddit. Reddit. Progress gets reset, and a large selling point of the game is going to be its community and how long each aspect, professions, and classes take. Professions, you can't be a master of all, so alternative accounts can get new experience for choosing to play. It doesn't have to be alternative accounts, just alternative characters. I love being a DPS and grabbing a group makes me feel so wanted. Everybody in our party just keeps screaming my name like I'm the best. That never happens. You're living in La La Land. That never happens. DPS are a dime a dozen. DPS will be the first people kicked out of a party because they suck. Node system. For a system that's so central, thus can make or break the game, how well developed and fleshed out do you think the node system is at the moment? Well, how well developed? Not at all. Fleshed out? Well, that's a different question. How well is it fleshed out on paper? Great. How well is it developed? How much do they have built? None. Not at all. Not at all. Let's see what people say. Not sure how much I recall from the no NDA videos, but it seemed like it was implemented in the alpha. That's a pretty good indication. Yeah. The nodes didn't work in alpha 1, just so we're clear. Captain Fluffy on my Discord. I have a roles channel, and in that roles channel there is a guy sleeping on a desk. Click that for your role for content creator, and then ping me on my Discord. I can send you some images of how I have my mic set up that stops my keyboard from getting picked up. Now, of course, if you're talking and you're typing, it's going to get picked up because that's just the natural ambient, but you can make it so that if you're not talking, the keyboard doesn't pick up as much. Plus, I can give you some tips and tricks for OBS. But yeah, the Wave 3 microphone is amazing. It's not a direct link, but if you guys need any streaming gear, there's my Amazon shop. I get a kickback. Don't yell at me, Amazon. I said I get a kickback. A1 was the backend test, not a content test. Nodes will be tested properly in A2, but it wasn't implemented in A1. I don't think the game would function without it, even if an overall test is backend. Nodes in Alpha 1 were barely functional. A lot of the time they had to be hand jammed and manually leveled. So, yeah, Dunsky, they weren't. No, nodes were not the point of the testing. Let's see. That is a question for the Void because nobody knows other than the team what they have shown. Yeah, this is true. The basics were present in Alpha 1. No, the basics weren't even present in Alpha 1. The basics of the nodes weren't present in Alpha 1 because you couldn't buy a house, you couldn't put down a freehold, you couldn't get your apartment. Wait, I take that back. You could get your apartment key and you could vote. I do take that back. But all the nodes were the same type. And when the servers reset, all the buildings disappeared. So, will Ashes of Creation... Will combat fail in Ashes of Creation? Combat is an important function of MMORPG. With Alpha 2 on the horizon, I made a video comparing several MMO combat systems and their launches and how first impressions really matter. Which do you prefer, action or tab? Please leave feedback since I'm pretty fresh content creator. No. The Alpha 2 is going to really drive and cement combat for players. They will make a decision to make either tab enhanced or keep the hybrid system. I just want alpha so we can start testing and leaving feedback. I hate when people say that shit, right? I hate when people say that shit because you do not need to have something to critique it. You do not need to go hands-on with something to critique it. So I think that the video I did on the hybrid combat spells out all the problems. Intrepid can talk to those problems without having the hybrid system. If it stays anything remotely like it is now, too floaty, no connectivity, and too flashy, the person doesn't need to test it firsthand to have those complaints about it. Lost Ark isn't an MMO. Lost Ark is a multiplayer ARPG, and that's fine, but say what you will about the combat, but the only thing it does right is the feeling. No, Lost Ark combat is, no Captain Trips, no update. Lost Ark's combat, guys, Lost Ark's combat is shitty ARPG action combat. Every single ability is AoE. If you like the idea of a game where your ally means as much to you as a gray vendor trash item, then Lost Ark is the game for you. AoE ability after AoE ability. No depth to the combat at all. Because how could they? You can't target allies. You just have heals, shields, damage, and that's all. All they are is AoE or some form or another. Yeah, that's the deal right there. So let me just comment up here. Ready? Will combat fail in Ashes of Creation? And then doing it this way and putting a video on the bottom, this is not the way to do this as a content creator. When you post on Reddit, there is a post a video. You are far better off posting the video, and so people see your thumbnail, and then they might click into it, and then you can leave a first comment. But As you can see, this particular thread is 28% upvoted because it's a content creator dropping in their content. Dropping stuff on the Reddit at this point is basically useless. Dealing with exploits, bugs, cheesy quests, and other unfortunate facets. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to pump the brakes before we even get into the discussion. You should not be lumping exploits, bugs, and cheesy quests and other unfortunate facets of MMOs. Exploits and bugs are serious enough that they deserve their own discussion point. Cheesy quests, they deserve their own discussion point. Other unfortunate facets of MMOs, its own discussion point. This is more of a question posed to the development team than anything particularly meant for the discussion. Well then, why are you asking a question to the development team on the Reddit? Is in a game like Ashes of Creation with very little linear progression. What? Ashes of Creation has a ton of linear progression. And a world designed so freely as to give players the experience of actually building the world of Vera. How do you plan to deal with the potential exploits, bugs, and cheesed quests that might potentially arise from the game's unique content? For example, in the grand world of Vera, one young lad finds himself a quest meant to be done as a large group, a quest that under normal circumstances he'd never be able to complete. Alas, in this particular case, the mob mechanic makes the quest extremely easy to complete. Well, let's stop there for a second. Let's stop there for a second. You're talking about a developer fail. You are talking about the developers having failed at something. Even at such a low level as this lad is. In such an example, he'd be able to shoot ahead in experience for completing a quest well above his means. Okay, so basically what you're saying is, what's the developer going to do if they fuck up QC? This, I would argue, is not an exploit. Good, because it's not. And more a cheesed quest. It's also not a cheesed quest. It is a quest that a player completed that was not QC'd and verified. However, I'd wager the intent of the group content was not to give solo players an easy XP boost, and then under normal circumstances, one might want them to tweak the quest to truly require a group. Again, you're talking about the developer fucking up. This is like, ready? What if back before ATMs were smart ATMs, what if the guy loaded the ATM with hundreds instead of 20s? So when you took $100 out, you got $500. What would happen then, right? What would happen there? You cheesed it. You got ahead financially, especially if, you figured out that the machine was loaded and you decided to withdraw your maximum daily allotment because you have $100 in your bank account. You go to draw out 80 of it. Instead, you get 400, right? We'd have to do the math to get that number exactly right. So you have $500 in your bank account. I guess that would be the right way to do it. So that's going to be $2,500 if they fuck it up. Take out your $2,500 and then what? What are they going to do? Your account's overdrawn? My account's not overdrawn. You drew out $2,500. Sounds like a you problem. Right? So that's what would be a cheesy quest. In a more linear theme park style MMO, however, a clearly cheesed quest such as this would be easy to recognize. Why would it not be easy to recognize in Ashes of Creation? As it would probably be discovered and utilized by a larger majority of players. This is bullshit. This guys is when you create a third standard deviation scenario so you can talk to it. Ashes of Creation is a linear game. Ashes of Creation is a linear game in development. In player development. There is horizontal progression. What it's not is a theme park where there is only one line. In Ashes of Creation, it's still a linear game. And I don't know why people keep saying Ashes of Creation is not a linear game. You go from level 0 to level 50 on a line. Now, your line and my line and Zetrix's line and Sparky's line and Steven's line and Margaret's line and Jeff's line and Bacon's line and Toast's line are all going to be different lines. How you chose to do that are going to be different. But at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, you are still going to have... Oops. Why are you not working? You are still going to have the same linear progression It's just where your dots on the map are will be different. So you went from the starter gate to Drythorn to Elyon to Moonhollow. I went from starting area to Winstead to Drythorn to Moonhollow over to Elyon, then over to Nala. So how you got there is just a matter of how you got there. Why aren't you working? Oh, because... Why the fuck did that do that? That's going to be obnoxious if that happened. Okay. I think the linear they're referring to is a story-like quest line that holds your hand from 1 to 50. So the problem with that, Heel, is that you don't get to use the word linear and then say... I hate when people say what you just did. By linear, I mean... Well, then say that and don't say linear. If you want to say story-like hand holding from 1 to 50 with only one route, say that. But in a more linear or theme park style MMO, I can level different ways in different MMOs. Arcage is a linear theme park style MMO that you'll probably be max level before you ever get to the end of the storyline. However, in Ashes, where one's quest lines and storylines are tied to their home node, and where nodes, dungeons, and node events evolve and change based on the player activities, there's much more freedom and thus much more chance for exploitation. So what you're saying is a whole node of people are going to cheat. Couple that with the fact that a majority of players will have vastly different play experiences, and many of these exploitable features might go unnoticed by the vast majority of players. No. It's, again, you're creating a third standard deviation bullshit example so that you can create both the problem and the solution. My intent is not to gaslight or spark controversy. Yes, it is. Okay, fucking full pump the goddamn brakes for a second. If you say my intent is not to gaslight or spark controversy, that's exactly what your intent is. Quote G.I. Jane. If you weren't here to make statements, you wouldn't be making statements about not making statements. More, I just wish to point out that all the revolving individual parts of Ashes, there is much more room for exploitation and abuse. Bullshit. You're talking about something that it can happen in a standard MMORPG. It happened in Final Fantasy. Happened in Final Fantasy. There was a little mini boss worth about 250,000 XP. It would spawn, and then right away you could fail the escort quest, restart the escort quest, and kill the guy for 250,000 XP. You were literally just walking back and forth and getting about 1 million XP a minute. GMs found out about it, and at that they patched it, they hot fixed it, and they literally, the only thing that the hot fix could do would be make it worth 0 XP. So because some people exploited a little bit of XP, everybody else got 0. Kind of sucked. It was built into your get to level 47 to unlock the next thing. But whatever. I don't think that's a concern. Will Ashes of Creation have PvP quests beyond the simple do 10 battlegrounds? I've played a lot of MMOs over the years, and I can't stand when there is no quest or completely meaningless quests that take no effort. I'm a warrior. I want to see quests related to me. Do X amount of damage, kill X amount of people, hit people with X ability. That's all stupid. That's bullshit. Right? Don't give me 1, 2, give me 3, 4, maybe in 5 of these quests weekly where I can get gold, honor, or even XP gear. No, fuck you. Okay, I am really getting tired of people that have suggestions for Ashes of Creation without even reading about Ashes of Creation. PvP will not be a source of gear. So why are you making suggestions that go against the design pillars? Like, do people not understand? Do people not understand what design pillars are? I want you to build me a ranch house. So you want a second floor? No, because I said a ranch house. So the design style is ranch. So you want a second floor? The fuck did I just say? Do you want the bedroom on the second floor? No, I don't want a second floor. Because I don't want a ranch house. Battle is ready to begin. We are probably going to get boned here. I have a feeling a loss is coming. Because we only got 30 units dropped. Easy, Sprocket. We're going to try our best. $32 to $24. Grumpy Old Man, you're down. Grumpy Old Man's down again. 32 to 11. 46 Nation got his Templar in front of me. I think I'm getting hit, though. I think I might be getting hit. 46 Nation in me. 30 to 7. You guys are coming. I'm down. I'm down again. We got two epic units up, one enemy. Okay, we're good. We lost a little bit of time. We lost a little bit of time today, but we will still finish the boss. The boss. The boss. Ah. Did you see my question on pay to win and fractured? Yeah, let me take a real quick break, and then I'll talk fractured because I have some stuff on my list of notes today I want to talk about. Okay, so Zetrix's question. I talked about Fractured earlier today. I'm a little upset with Gamigo Games treating Prometheus and Dynamite Studios product like every other product they've ever had on their roster. This is the problem with publishers. This is the really big problem I have with publishers is publishers don't give a shit. Publishers are like the bookstore, man. They just care about sales. The team at Gamigo, it's like the person earlier today who had the negative things that you're too hard. What the fuck did the person even say? I don't even remember what their idiocy was. What is wrong with you? Can you ever just talk normally to people? Every time I read something in here and you chime in, it's always with a toxic attitude that you justify as being direct, being honest, proper criticism. You do know you can do all those things without having to be a total asshole, right? Which is the irony of that is delicious. Being right doesn't mean you have to be a dick about it. You're right. Being right doesn't mean I have to be a dick about it. It also means I don't have to not be a dick about it. I don't have to tolerate stupidity. Gamigo wants to be treated like they're a serious publisher. They want to be treated like they'll do better. Well, they fucked up ArcAge. They fucked up Atlas Reactor. They fucked up Rift. They literally, they treat games like, you know, they can be sucked dry in a carcass left on the side of the road. My problem with it is you made 3 major mistakes so far with how you're handling the marketing of Fractured Online. Prometheus and his team worked their asses off for years to build a product. Now, I don't care if you like Fractured, you hate Fractured, if you think it's good, if you think it's bad, if you think it's full of bugs or bad ideas. At the end of the day, Fractured came out with a functional alpha that was at least functional. I don't want to subjectively talk about, was it fun? Was it a good idea? Were things well thought out? It worked. And it had a lot of systems in it that worked and a lot of buildings in it that worked. The first time they put out a public relations message about Fractured, they called it Feature Online. You don't even know the name of the product. The second time they put something out, they put a link to a Discord that had 16 people in it. Their dead ass Discord. If you're about to put out a public relations letter and you have a link in it, you click the link to make sure it goes to where you want it to go. And then today I saw the largest dynamic MMORPG. I'm pretty sure EVE Online is on hold still. They've been there all day like, hey, what are you talking about? Ashes of Creation. I don't think Fractured is going to be bigger than Ashes of Creation. And Fractured is not Fractured is nowhere near larger than in scale. So you're marketing the product piss poorly. Now Zetric says, does he have to worry about pay to win in Fractured? Yes, you absolutely do. You absolutely do. You have to worry about, when dealing with Gamigo, you have to worry about Gamigo fucking up everything. And I'm not trying to be mean to the hardworking people at Gamigo, but the hardworking people at Gamigo need to look at the public-facing people and be like, hey, genius, you're making us all look fucking stupid. Like, am I supposed to be apologetic to you are the public relations team. Your job is publicly interfacing with customers, with consumers, with potential clients. And you have typos? You don't even know the name of the game? You didn't do QC? Like, how does something get released without being seen by at least 3 sets of eyeballs? You put the wrong link in? So you don't even have the link to the right Discord? You decided to change the game's name from Fractured MMO to Fractured Online? Fractured Online sounds like a crappy mobile game. My community said, yep, sounds like a crappy mobile game. Do you have to worry about pay to win in it? Yeah. I don't know what the contract says. I don't know what the contract between Dynamite Studios and Gamigo is. But at some point, Gamigo has to have it in their brain that they're going to make profit as the distributor. Europeans, I get it. You guys are the problem, children. Because Steam is not a distributor. Steam is a platform. There's a lot of things that a distributor does other than just collect the money and make the game available for download. Unfortunately, Steam was first to the party, and then the competitor to Steam, everybody complains about, and they don't realize that they're hurting the developer. Steam takes 30% for the first 10 million, 25% until 30 million, and then 20% after that. Unreal Epic only takes 12% max, whether or not you're paying royalties on the engine. That is a lot of difference. That is a whole lot of difference for the first 10 million. You're talking $1.8 million difference on the first 10 million. People got mad that Epic Games gave developers cash to pull their games off of Steam. Can't believe Epic Games did this. You're mad at the developer making more money? Why didn't Steam counter with, well, we'll lower our prices from... Why does Steam need to take 30% of the first 10 million? Why can't they do, why can't their numbers be like 2018, 15? Does Steam really do anything all that star-spangled awesome for the developer? No. Steam used to be a good platform. Then what happened? All the crazy people that put out their little storybook games or their anime games or their hentai games, all those just, stacking up. And the story. When the platform gets watered down, what really boggles my mind is people actually buy those games. And then people buy those games and then they complain about the overall quality of video games in the market. Well, there you go. Steam puts the largest number of eyes on a product, or did. More people use Steam, so they do it because they can. Well, that's exactly why they can. The reason why they can is because... The reason why they can is this. Ready? Steam Epic Game Store. Gotta bump you up here. Steam versus the Epic Game Store. Okay. 30%, 10 mil, 25%, 10.1 to 25 mil, 20%, 25 mil and up. Epic Game Store. 12% max ever. Okay. And if this was it, gamers should support the Epic Game Store because it's better for your developer. Right now, the only thing we're talking about is what's good for the developer, period, not the customer. Because these sets of numbers don't affect you. Here's where the customer says, I hate it when it does that. Oh, it froze. I didn't know Paint could freeze. It's such a limited program. Yeah, where are you? Hold on. Okay. So the marketplace, right? This is one thing the players want. Forums, chat, game reviews. Right? These are all the things that gamers say I want. I use Steam because of the market. Oh, and the mod. I'm gonna say the modding community, not moderators. These are all things that the consumer wants that Epic Game Store doesn't offer. But let me tell you, there's one category over here. Right? So Epic Game Store is more concerned with the developer making more money and the creators, the content creators making more money. You will notice that Epic Game Store doesn't worry about having a marketplace or forums or chat or game reviews or modding community. Now, I think the modding community is important. I think the marketplace is important for the customer. So I agree when people say this, because you can sell your achievements and get money in your Steam wallet. In the modding community, I don't like modded games, but absolutely, right? You also got to think about how many people will see purchase the game. Steam reaches more than Epic. Right, but look at how the things are lining up. I don't have to sell as many copies if I sell my copies on Epic Game Store, right? Because for my first 10 million, right? My first 10 million, I will make $1.8 million more if I sell my sales through Epic Game Store. People talk about the forums, the chat, and the game reviews. Support the creator program. Epic Game Store builds in content creator marketing. Because if you buy any game on the Epic Game Store, and in that little creator box you put Jahlon 27, then I get paid and we make more music. Costs you nothing. So obviously I have a bias as a content creator. I want you to buy all your games on Epic Game Store, and I want you to use creator code Jahlon 27. That's what I want. Now, I do acknowledge that this is an important thing. Yeah, that's my code, Jahlon 27. And I do acknowledge that is a thing. Wolfus taught me how important modding is to Arc. So, but here's the other problem. I think reviews are important. Why? As fucking bullshit. People review bomb. It is common knowledge people review bomb games. Look at not even half. Look at 80% or more of the reviews on Steam. I'm reviewing this game with 0.4 hours. You played the game for less than a fucking hour. Now, I'm not saying that every review with less than an hour of playtime is invalid. Or I see the people that have 800 hours in the game and they say this game sucks. How can the game suck as bad as your review is making it out to be? You have 800 hours in the game, right? But if you do this, we'll do a connected number. Game reviews are easily are easily offset by content creators doing honest reviews. Although you do have to realize that this program kind of creates a shill program, because I see a lot of content creators talk shit about a game privately, but publicly they talk it up because they want their supporter creator money. There are companies out there that will go to a review page and post thousands of negative reviews for a fee. Yes, absolutely. And it happens on Steam. Now, here's the last one. Ready? How many free games do you have from Epic Games Store? Even if you hate Epic, even if you hate them, I know people with Epic Game accounts with 100 games on it because they collect every free game that Epic Games ever puts out. Right? So they're giving away free stuff. So how is that bad? Literally close to 100. Yeah, 100. I'm not saying get off Steam. I'm saying that when people want to like yell about how feature incomplete Steam is, right? They want to yell at how feature incomplete Steam is. It's not designed. It is not designed to be a direct competitor to Steam. It is designed to be a competitor on the distributor end, right? On the distributor end. It's not meant for you to be like, oh, we want to have game reviews. We want to have a marketplace. We want to have chat. Really? I mean, like when people say this shit to me, they're like, "Oh, well, I like my free I like my chat in Steam." It's like, bitch, please. You really gonna sit there and tell me for real you like the PM instant messaging on Steam? Please get the fuck away from me. Please get the fuck away from me. I hate that feature. I hate logging into my Steam and seeing the little 1 up there in the upper right-hand corner. That shit pisses me off. It's like, how the fuck do I get rid of this? Then it's like somebody that I've blocked sent me a message before I blocked them, and now I perpetually have that fucking 1 there. I gotta put in a ticket. It's like, oh, come on. You like it? Yeah, you're a troll. You're full of shit. Before the days of Discord, sure, I get it. Steam equals bootleg Discord. Exactly. The Steam interface, anybody think that the Steam interface reminds you of ICQ? Remember ICQ? The Steam interface is like AOL Instant Messenger meets ICQ. It's like, sure, but it's not like you load your chat. It's not like you load Steam to load the chat. It's just like I have a handful of people who talk to me through Twitch Messenger. And I'm like, okay, you talk to me through Twitch Messenger. Chances are, right? Can I have this? You're on my new hoodie. I know. I don't know why you're even up there. Stop yelling at me. Like, my cats won't even let me have my stuff. Bad cat. Laying on my brand new hoodie. I'm not full of shit. It's how my brother gets to contact me. So you're telling me, hold on. Is it you use Steam to talk to your brother, or you talk to everybody via Steam chat? Because like I just said, there are people who talk to me through Twitch chat, and I only talk to them through Twitch chat, right? However, those people know that I'm not loading Twitch every minute of every day. I may not get to you for a while. I don't believe that there's people that are using Steam chat as their primary means of daily communication. Secondary means, sure. But I don't think there is anybody here. I don't think there's anybody here who's like, yep, first thing I do when I load my computer is load up Steam chat. In fact, I got that shit set. It loads on startup. My Steam automatically loads in, and it automatically puts that little chat widget up there in the right-hand corner. Maybe that is you. I highly doubt it. I'm not saying that you don't drop into Steam. I'm not saying you don't use it to talk to one person. But I'm saying I highly doubt it. You probably use Discord. You probably sent more messages in Discord in a month than you said on Steam all year. Maybe you talk to your brother a lot. Twitch chat is ICQ with a spit shine. Well, yeah. But it doesn't look like ICQ. That's the thing. Your son keeps sending you dumb animated stickers and I can't stand seeing it. Like, how about you walk over here from the couch? Yeah. Right? I've learned I'm going to block my children on social media. You want to talk to me, you talk to me. I send more messages on Steam than any other platform. I send more messages on Discord than any other platform combined. Yeah, see, we're there. We're getting there. So, what is going on? Steam does automatically load on my computer. Oh my God. God, that's so bad. So wrong. Can I have a good MMO now, please? Yeah, right? That's what I want. I want a good MMO. I would like a good MMO, please. The only, Faye, I usually have nothing load automatically on my computer. However, because I'm a dumbass and I will forget to load, I will forget to load my camera module. The only thing that I auto load is my mic software. If I haven't done that, I kind of hate my life. Yeah, I realized there was something on my mic. It was irritating me. I got to clean my mic today. If I don't load those two modules, then I'll get all my show prep set up. Then I have to restart my computer because there are certain things. There are certain things on my computer that if I load them before I load those modules, I have to restart the whole machine. Wow, my mic is dirty. My mic is dirty as sin, man. That is gross. That is gross. So, one of the most annoying days I've had was when Discord randomly unmuted all my channels and the beep sound just went nonstop. Yeah, I've seen that happen. I've had that happen. And you're just like, this is like the end of my life, and I hate it. And we gotta have a conversation. Like Discord, like, oh, we're gonna do this update, and because we're doing this update, we're going to unmute all of we're gonna change all of your sound settings. And you're like, no, why? Like, why? Why are we doing this? I don't have any cleaning wipes up here. It's a bad day. Hold on one second. Like, I am not okay with you. I am not okay with you unmuting all of my stuff. And then the worst part, man, the absolute worst is when something, like, you accidentally unmute something. And so, after you accidentally unmute it, you spend the next 45 minutes trying to figure out, like, what is that? Right? Just out of complete curiosity, since I know the voice exists in America, did the controversy from the Dutch voice reach America? Well, when you tell a story like that, you have to pick up the whole story and you have to tell us what the controversy is. If you don't tell us what the controversy is, we don't know what the controversy is. So what's the controversy? Inquiring minds want to know. Sorry, my OCD just snapped. I looked down at my mic and my mic was absolutely gross. So I was like, nah, I gotta take a couple of minutes right here in the middle of the show to clean the microphone. Cause that's just not happening. Like there is a level of gross that I actually hadn't noticed was like a gradual thing. And yeah, no. Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this like one time. No, I'm not streaming for another 5 hours. So I should say near the end of my stream. I happened to notice it, and I was like, no, I don't like it. There we go. Oh my God, it's black. It's not gray anymore. The controversy is basically male-dominated culture with allegations of men in power on the show touching women. I think everybody needs to take the Keanu Reeves class on how to not touch people. Keanu Reeves doesn't even touch his fans when he puts an arm around them. Keanu Reeves does the floating, like he does the floating shoulder. So for lack of a better example, what happens is, like, if Keanu Reeves puts his hand around you, if this is your shoulder, right? He doesn't touch you. His hand's all the way back here. You can see it. Nobody ever really pointed it out until all these other people that get accused of touching. I think that's the best way to go about it. I am of the opinion, people don't have any business touching other people unwarranted. You guys know my opinion on this. And the school district knows my opinion on this, and the school district's just praying that in the next about 9 years of me having girls in the school district, that it never comes to blows again. It works like this. Ready? If my daughter is going to get a dress code violation because she wears a shirt that shows her bra strap, and you're completely sending the wrong message to the gentlemen in the school, the young men in the school. If my daughter accidentally shows her bra strap and she's going to get a dress code violation for being overly sexual, I'll accept that. And I'll accept that because it's your house. And since it's your house, it's your rules. So again, I don't have to agree with it, but I agree to it because I don't pull my daughter out of the school. If I didn't agree with it anymore, I would pull my daughter out of the school and she would go somewhere else. So I don't have to like it. I don't have to agree with it. But since I want my daughter to go to that school, I have to agree to it. With that said, I will be completely honest. If my daughter showing her bra strap gets her dress coded for being overly sexualized, then if any gentleman in that school, any young man in that school, snaps my daughter's bra, you can bet your sweet ass the cops are going to be up there and that boy's going to be getting arrested for sexual assault. And as the school, you're going to be helping make that case. And if you're not, you're going to be part of the problem. My other problem is, and I say this with all sincerity, I don't want to get a phone call from a male teacher about a lot of the dress code violations that I get phone calls from the male teacher. Because I go up to the school and I ask him, I walk right up to him, look him dead in their eye, and I said, "Why are you looking?" And then they fucking stammer. My daughter, there's enough female teachers, enough female staff in the school. The females, like, some things are fine. Some things are fine. Other things, why are you looking? That's my daughter, man. Don't look too hard, I might put your eye out. Like the movie with Sylvester Stallone and Sharon Stone and can't remember the other guy. Don't look too hard, somebody might put something in your eye. So substantiated doesn't mean a lot of accusations, it means a lot of evidence. One guy came clear, but he didn't get the worst allegations. So how long have I been streaming for? I don't know, 5 hours, 23 minutes. 5 hours, 23 minutes. So it's the long show. Oh, how long have I been streaming for? Like, when did I start? 51 months ago. So 4 years, 4 months ago, because I started streaming and then I got affiliate right away. So, blaming a girl's bra for the bad behavior of a boy is sexist. It's the boy's responsibility to control his old actions. I will put him, me, and the closest 200 people in jail when I start a riot if I don't get the legal system to take it seriously. Yeah, I mean, that's the shit that bothers me about society. We won't even fix things at a basic fundamental level. We won't fix the things at a basic fundamental level. We just expect shit to magically fix itself. But we won't fix problems. We won't fix things. On the video you were showing, he grabs the ledge and climbs up. That's not something you typically see. Will there be any kind of climbing function in this game? Yeah, what you just saw. Now, whether or not there's going to be parkour, I actually have a video over on my YouTube. I have an entire video dedicated to parkour. Should there be parkour? Should it be limited to rogues? Should it be limited to rogues and rangers? What should we do with it? Intrepid will get back to us. Remember in the Art of War video, they were going to do parkour, and then Steven said, Jeff said that they didn't know if parkour was going to remain in the game as a full feature or a partial feature. So no, your attitude isn't a problem. The fact that we can't get things changed is the problem. We shouldn't need to riot to get simple things in life changed. Simple things in life should get changed because they need changing. Jurassic World Dominion. First you've seen of that. Yeah, is that the Jurassic World game sequel? I kind of liked the Jurassic World on Steam. I mean, it was free. I got a lot of hours out of it. It made me happy. It made me smile. I liked making an amusement park with dinosaurs. I mean, who doesn't want to make an amusement park with dinosaurs? Fucking dinosaurs. Place 2 healers. I'll place 1 healer. Oh no, I want to place Sprocket. Come here. Come here, Sprocket. Go play. Go away. So. Oh, where are my partners? Where are my partners? The where's my partners? The Golden Feather, man. They need to I think, oh, new movie, you guys? Jurassic Park Dominion? Hold on, let's find out. Oh, by the way, oh yeah, Jurassic Park Dominion. Yep. Is an upcoming American. Oh, it's gonna have Sam Neill, Jeff Goldblum in it, and it's gonna have Laura Dern in it. They're bringing Chris Pratt. They're bringing both the old group and the new group together. That's gonna be cool. Release date June 10th. Very cool. Very, very cool. By the way, guys, I want to say thank you. I didn't get to show this one off. This one, I did a Christmas card thing. I'm gonna, if this is your card, you're gonna have to help me out. You're gonna have to help me out, but somebody sent me a very, very nice Christmas card, and I can't read your handwriting to send you one back. I thought I had the worst handwriting in the world, but this card, thank you for that. That card came in. So if this is your card, I can't make out anything of what you wrote. So, but yeah, this got stuck. I got a note that I had a delivery from International and then it was showing, and then I got one, and I was like, well, that's weird. And then I went in today and I had another one. So appreciate that. I also have, in the future, I have more envelope stuffers. Next year I'm going to do a different type of Christmas card rally. So also, guys, I'm going to be doing a Extra Life event sometime here in the first quarter. Extra Life is I'm going to try to do 4 Extra Life events this year. I'm going to try to do one every quarter based on how life is going. So I'm going to try to figure out an Extra Life. I think I'm going to try to do something crazy for Extra Life. I'm going to try to do 7 Days to Die marathon. I'm going to try to do a 7 Days to Die marathon. Raise money for kids. We're gonna try to raise $5,000. Well, actually, we want to try to have $5,000 raised before game day, so that then we can raise even more money on game day. That's the goal. I also want to thank you guys. I got some stuff to go over. I want to thank you guys for the World of Warships. The World of Warships campaign. We hit. The fuck is this? I'll look at this after the show. Got another campaign. We raised $900 for the company. For kids in general, no. For Extra Life for Kids is a charity organization. We need to get a multiplayer server going, assuming we have enough people that play. Yeah, the problem is I wouldn't be able to host the I'd have to work some shit out. 018, we are losing clan battle. Yeah, we're losing the clan battle. We'll get there. So yeah, I want to let you guys know that we hit the first 2 tiers of marketing, $900 raised for the company. That does 40% of the album. Well, it's a little less than 40% because I have to pay taxes on that. So, but yeah, I'm gonna be getting another EDM album made. I did talk to the guy that's doing the sci-fi album. In fact, I'll switch over to his work here. I talked to this guy that's doing the sci-fi album. He's still on board. I don't know what happened to my jazz guy. My jazz guy didn't deliver, and he hasn't gotten back to me. So I may be firing a jazz composer here in the near future. So that's good. I do want to let you guys know that I did have another opportunity to do another sponsored deal. I took a pass on it, hard pass. It was War Robots. I installed War Robots. The game was terrible. It was through My.Games. That's like 2 strikes. I'm not going to take every sponsorship opportunity because I don't agree with the game. I didn't like the game. If I don't like the game, I'm not going to say nice things about the game. I did have to laugh about Pantheon today. Pantheon released like an article on Mmorpg that their staff size increased, and it was a new concept artist. While it is true that your staff size increased because you have a concept artist, I don't think that that's groundbreaking that you brought on a concept artist and you're like 9 of development. So they also said that they have a road to alpha starting this year. Remember we talked about MMORPGs the other day and we said that Pantheon was pretty much dead because it was died of old age while in development. DID, died in development. I think Pantheon is DID, died in development. So I think setting up a server would be nice. Yeah, it would be nice. Will you try Lost Ark? I have played Lost Ark on both of the releases. I was not impressed with Lost Ark. Lost Ark is like a shitty Diablo. Really. Lost Ark is a downward-looking ARPG with everybody has AoE abilities. Not really impressing me. Not blowing up my bacon. Speaking of bacon, for those of you joining us here at the end of the show, Bacon left Intrepid Studios today. Bacon is now at Amazon Game Studios. So eligibility requirements. Speak English. Okay. I do speak English. So we sent you an email. Awesome. Password recovery. Yay. Yay. Now we'll go back and we'll look at what you want me to do. So, did he give a reason why he left? No. It's usually not very common for people to give a reason why they leave. So isn't him leaving bad? It definitely isn't good. It definitely isn't good that he you know, left. I'll take a look at this. This might be worth it. Doesn't look like you guys have to do anything. If all I have to do is stream something for a couple of hours, I'm willing to do that if it makes us money. Right? I'll take a look at that. I can always add on an extra show. Probably because they wouldn't let him put the potion launchers in the game. Yes, he left because they wouldn't put they wouldn't let him put potion launchers in. He left because he was tired of marketing running the department he was in charge of. Well, you know, unfortunately, I don't disagree with you, right? I do not disagree with it could be annoying for you to keep hearing over and over and over and over and over again that somebody else that doesn't even work in your department designs all the stuff. I mean, I could see that. I thought the potion launchers with boat cannons, yes. So, yeah. The boats are gonna have gunpowder cannons. They're gonna have potion launchers. So, I would have, you know, I think Intrepid set a bad precedent. See, I believe in hail and farewelling all of your employees. I believe in making everybody that comes to the team important. Michael Bacon, he was the lead environmental artist on Intrepid Studios' Ashes of Creation. So I'm a big fan. Gunpowder cannons, but no gunpowder boomsticks. No, there's no gunpowder cannons. They are potion launchers. I can imagine people why did you send that to me? Do I need that for something? I can understand that you don't want to hail all of your new employees because you don't want to have a roster of all the people that are eligible to be poached. But I think not farewelling Bacon like you did with Jeff, it doesn't show me anything. Just so you know, it shows me, it takes me to the help page. It takes me to the help center. I think that they should have farewelled Bacon the same way they farewelled Jeff. Isn't that a red flag though? I mean, no, Bacon has been with the company since day one. He's a friend of Steven's. The thing is that where is the source of this info, by the way? The source of what info? The source of what info? The Bacon left? I'm the source. I mean, I'm the source. I do what I do. I don't put out bullshit information. It's on his LinkedIn. If you have his LinkedIn, it's there. Not every single thing in the world needs to be sourced just so that people are aware of that. I'm not going to give you bullshit information. I wouldn't say Bacon left the company unless Bacon left the company, because that would immediately discredit me from all further statements. Was going to ask if Bacon was with them from the first day. Yeah, Bacon was with them. I don't know if Bacon was with them from the very first day, but Bacon has been with them from the Kickstarter. So, his picture's still on the site. I know, and I talked about that earlier in the day. I talked about that as yet another instance of Intrepid's failure to control their marketing and control their rhetoric. If your employee puts in 2 weeks notice, then you should have their, oh, okay. Gotcha. And I say this, right? You can even shit check me, right? You can shit check me if you don't believe me. Because on my Discord, I have a feedback channel for my own website, right? And it literally is called Ashes 101 Feedback. It's literally a feedback channel for Ashes 101. In case there's a mistake. I don't want that to get lost anywhere else. So there's a channel for it, right? And so this is how easy it is to update a website, right? This entire paragraph got rewritten today. Because at the beginning, it used to say, unlike a castle siege, unlike a siege declaration flag, which can only be dropped by the guild leader. And now it says, unlike a castle siege declaration flag that can only be dropped by the guild leader. I had some bad verbiage in there. It's not hard to update a website. Just so we're clear, it's so not hard to update a website. I don't even need Zetrix's help. I load Dreamweaver. I make my changes. I hit save. I hit upload. It's done. Do we know anything more than that he left? He went to Amazon Game Studios as a senior environmental artist. He's got the pedigree. He's got the background. I'm betting at the end of the day, it comes down to, zeros. How many zeros on the paycheck? Bacon's got a life. Bacon's got kids. Bacon has worked hard in the industry. I don't have a problem with Bacon leaving Intrepid Studios for Amazon Game Studios for a payday, because that's what he should be doing. Should be seeing Tomato leave soon too. Who? Are you being funny? Are you trying to be funny? Because you failed. But I mean, I think we're down now to might have had his fill of leadership. You know, it's possible. It is absolutely possible that he left for a reason other than money. You know, toast, bacon, and tomato, BLT, bacon, lettuce, tomato. Amazon has a lot more zeros than Steven. That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. Amazon pays top dollar for a lot of its positions, and I know some people are immediately going to respond with Amazon doesn't pay top dollar for a lot of its positions. I worked in their warehouse and blah blah blah. Yeah, bullshit. They gave you $15 an hour in benefits. Just saying, $15 an hour in benefits is way more than what most companies give you. If they're paying you double minimum wage, stop shit talking them. Updating a website by hand using the HTML, PHP, and CSS isn't really that hard either. Now, building one can be, but it's just so easy to delete a list item. You highlight the item, then you press delete, including any tags that surround. Yeah, I mean, the truth is that one of two things would happen. Number one, well, absolutely, anybody with access to the website could go in there and take his name off and his picture off. The only thing that might happen is that the table might not realign. Because you can do, you know that you can do it two different ways, but if nothing else, you could have a blank spot instead of somebody who no longer works at your company on your company. Now, it's also possible that today was Bacon's official last day of work, and he jumped the gun and he made his LinkedIn change. And so, you know, it could just be that he jumped the gun one day early. We don't know. Amazon Game Studios can literally put him on payroll just to stay home and not work on Ashes. That's also very true. That is a thing that that is a thing that poaching is possible. It is concerning that that these people are leaving, and Intrepid they left. Again, I think that the way you handle that is you farewell them so that you control the rhetoric instead of the rhetoric controlling you. These are the things that in leadership you have to make certain calls. I think that Steven farewelling Bacon like he did Jeff was the smarter play. I think any lead and any community manager should be farewelled and said, hey, we want to put a formal little official thing. We want to thank you for all the good things that you've done. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Please just recognize the fact that if you see this person on the Discord, the person is now a member of the community. Please treat them as such. It might be a delayed farewell, but that's also not good. It's not a delayed farewell. If you farewell now, it looks like you're being reactionary to the people that are concerned. But then again, Intrepid, this is just another one of those instances and another one of those times that news that Intrepid should have controlled didn't get held right. It's like all the way back. I mean, it's not like Intrepid hasn't had this problem and they haven't had the learning lesson. Intrepid, way back when, their announcement that My.Games was going to be their European distributor got leaked because My.com put up their booth at Gamescom in Germany, and a community member who also worked in the gaming industry walked in and he's like, Ashes of Creation and My.com, and he posted it. You don't wait. The thing about controlling media is you control the media. If you think about it, it's very normal. 4 people left and way more than 4 people have left, just so we're clear. Way more than 4 people have left. But yes, turnover in the gaming industry is about 2 years, and Bacon was there for 5. So now one thing I will say, people leave jobs for a lot of money. People leave jobs for a lot of reasons. The biggest reason is normally the size of the paycheck. And I say this, people always tell me, well, it's not just about the money, Jay. It's the working environment. Sometimes it's about happiness. I'm going to tell you this. I've never been sad while on vacation. That's weird. I just noticed something. Over the years, Intrepid has had 4 senior environmental artists leave. Michael, John, Javier, and Tad have all left. And then so over the years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 people have left Intrepid over the years. That's not bad. I don't think it should be a negative. Obviously, there's an unknown, but their staff retention isn't that of a meat grinder. Their staff are all loyal to the end. No, their staff are not all loyal to the end. In fact, 25 people leaving over 5 years means their staff are not loyal to the end. Their staff are loyal to the job. There is a difference between loyal to the end and loyal to the job. Zoe, are you with me? To the job, sir. Not to the end, to the job, sir. They also leave to move up the ladder, but I think you said he was the lead at Intrepid and a senior at AGS. All right, guys, I want to remind people, and people get this wrong all the time, so please get this one so that you can explain it to people in my absence. Ready? And this is me, right? This is me, Jahlon, as a loggy, right? Jahlon is a loggy. I am a senior loggy. I'm a senior logistician, right? I am a senior ConOps, POL, D&D. I am a junior. Oh, and vehicle fleet manager. I am a junior supply chain manager. So, this is what this means, right? This is what this means. I have 7 to 9 years of experience as a logistician. I have 3 to 5 years in ConOps. I have 3 to 5 years in POL. I have 3 to 5 years in D&D, deployment and distribution. I have 1 to 3 years in vehicle fleet management because that's all it takes to be senior. And then I have less than 1 years of experience in this. Senior simply means how much experience do you have? Now you'll notice that this one has a different range requirement than those. That's why in some of the job positions on Intrepid's website, you'll see I'm looking for a senior with 3 to 5 years of experience, and others I'm looking for 7 to 9, and others I'm looking for 2 to 3. For example, right? We're looking for a senior Unreal Engine 5 engineer, years of experience. 1 with Unreal Engine 5 to 7 with Unreal Engine 4. You can't be a senior Unreal Engine 5 engineer because there's no fucking such thing. Nothing exists. There is no senior Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, looking for a senior Unreal Engine 5 with 7 years of experience. It's like the people that have always pissed me off when they go in for job interviews, and then you interview and you're like, I understand that you're looking for somebody with 10 years of experience with this particular software, but this software hasn't been around for 10 years. This software has been around for 7 years, and I have 7 years of experience with it. And then they say, well, we're looking for somebody with 10 years of experience. At that point, I usually just say in the interview, so what you're asking for is a bunch of people that are going to lie their ass off in order to get the job. You're not looking for actual employees that are willing to be honest with you. Well, the requirements from the team were very specific. Well, you're being lied to. Have a good day. I don't want to work for a company that's this incompetent. Could it be that they're saving the goodbye for the live stream between Bacon's goodbye and a new mount? No. Here's the thing. If they were going to goodbye Bacon, they should have goodbyed Bacon before Bacon went to Amazon Game Studios. I don't understand why you would let a lead leave and not goodbye him. Because then if you goodbye him, right? If you goodbye him, then most people's complaints are a non-starter because they have a soundbite. Hey, I heard Bacon left. Yeah, here's the soundbite. I heard Bacon left. Here's the soundbite. Why did Bacon leave? Here's the soundbite. It's a non-starter. And the thing is every time somebody brings it up, they're going right back to an official soundbite. Now, I'm sure there's people that disagree with me, because there's always people that disagree with me. There's always people that disagree with me, and that's fine. There can be people who disagree with me. My response is that it is better for you to control the rhetoric. In a community with 4 million people in it, it is better for you to control the rhetoric than the rhetoric to control you. Makes it seem like you left on bad terms. Yeah, right? Gonna be a lot of water cooler talk on this. Yes, absolutely. Not only because Bacon left, but because Bacon left and then went to your competitor. Because I don't care. I don't care if you think New World is a competitor for Ashes of Creation or not. New World is absolutely a competitor in the MMORPG space. Now, I am sure that Bacon has an NDA, right? I'm absolutely sure Bacon has an NDA. So I'm absolutely sure he's not going to break his NDA. He'll go to New World and he'll work on New World. But now the sad part is that puts him in a bad situation because, and this is why I always say, your friends are your friends and your coworkers are your coworkers, and your friends and your coworkers should never overlap on the Venn diagram. You are not my you are not my friend. You are my coworker. You are not my friend. You are my coworker, because I don't want you. I don't want you involved in my personal life because I don't want you to bring my personal life back to the office. I'm at work. Work time is work time. Home time is home time. When I get home, if I'm a 9 to 5 employee, if I'm a 9 to 5 wage employee, right? Don't call me at 5:30. Still loving the content? Appreciate it. If I'm a 9 to 5 employee, don't call me at 5:30 and ask me a question because I'm not on the clock. If I'm on salary, call me at 5:30, but then realize I'm going to take 30 minutes off on Friday. By the way, folks, this is a big one for people, and they always seem to misunderstand this. If you're working 60 hours a week and you're salaried and then you're bitching that you're working 60 hours a week, you're an idiot. If you're working more than 40 hours, not at work more than 40 hours, that 2-hour lunch you take as a business meeting, that's not work. That's lunch. I'm sorry. If who's paying for it? If the company's paying for the lunch, that's not work. That's playtime. It's playtime in the middle of your workday. But if you're working 60 hours a week and you're bitching that you're on salary and you're working 60 hours a week, you're a fucking idiot. So, all of my employees are commissioned, so I can call anytime. Yeah. All of my employees are hourly. I call them, they get overtime. My one guy, he lived 90 minutes away from the base. He lived 90 minutes away. He worked a 410 schedule. He lived 90 minutes away. The base used to call him, and he used to love it. He used to love it because he would get a call, and he would go on the clock from the moment he left his house till the moment he got to work, till the moment he got home, because that's what his contract said. He got travel time, so he would love it when they called him on the weekend. And then he would laugh. On Monday morning, I'd come in and I'd be like, you came in over the weekend? He'd be like, yeah, they called me. So bare minimum 2 hours pay, even if you only come in for 15 minutes. Yeah, he was on that, but then he said, well, I'm wasting 3 hours coming in. So he said his contract got changed because he basically said, if you don't change my contract and I don't get my travel time, if my overtime doesn't start with my travel time, then I'm never going to answer the phone because I'm not required to answer the phone. So his response was, you're either going to pay me for all the time that you waste, or I'm just not going to answer the phone. Well, I basically told up the food chain, I was like, I don't know why you're calling him anyway. You call me, you get one of two things. You get my voicemail that I'm not paying attention. If you get screened, I'm giving you 12 seconds to plead your case. If your number isn't saved in my phone, you get no options. Yeah. I used to have my boss in my phone as DNA. And so that, because my friends, you remember when cell phones were new? People would answer your phone and be like, hey, Jay's phone. Yeah, hold on. Hey, man, it's your boss. Well, my caller ID was DNA. Do not answer. So then, like, my boss called me once. My boss called me, left me like 15 voicemail messages. You need to come in. 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 Got out of my class, called my boss, and I'm like, what? I've been calling you all night. I have a Tuesday night class. Well, I'm sick and you didn't call back. I'm sorry that you have personal problems. I'm sorry that you feel that your personal problem is my personal problem. But my education is more important to me than this job. I'm sorry. You're not going to pay me to miss a class because I'm taking an 8-week compressed scheduled class. So literally, if I miss class, you're equivalently asking me to like miss $375 worth of education. No thanks. So then there was like one more Tuesday. My boss put me on the schedule for Tuesday, and it was one of those, I ain't gonna be here. You know I can't work Tuesdays. I can't work Tuesdays. I'm in a cohort. I'm taking a class. Well, I put you on the schedule. You have to be here. It's like, okay, so let me explain to you how your day is going to go on Tuesday. Your day is going to go like this. You're going to work the morning, and then you're going to be looking for me at 4 o'clock. and I'm not going to be here. And you're going to call me and call me and call me and call me, and I'm not going to be here. So you're going to be here until 9:30 or 10. And then on Wednesday, I'm going to come in and I'm going to sign my write-up. And then I'm going to press forward, and then I'm going to send my write-up to the district manager. Well, she called the district manager on me, and the district manager drove down to the store. And the district manager kind of listened to her, listened to me, and then kind of did this. You're fired. And she looked at me, and he's like, nah, you. He hands me the keys, and he's like, here you go. Have a store. Thanks. All right, where is my, There they are. They're live. 3 minutes and counting, folks. So you guys know that the Golden Feather is my, they are on my stream team. The Golden Feather is an amazing platform. I want to give major shout outs. The Golden Feather, amazing group of people. They actually make their content around promoting other content creators' content. These people are a shoo-in for the official content creator program. They don't have big numbers. They don't do revolutionary, amazing things. But where I give Chibi Bree and Vertec the biggest props of anybody in the community is they are the heart and soul of the Ashes of Creation community. Without them, there's a lot of small content creators who would have never gotten a little bit of traction, not gotten a little bit of confidence, not gotten a little bit of practice. When I decided to make the Ashes of Creation stream team, of which I am the manager of, it's a very complicated story. I am the captain of the Ashes of Creation stream team. Probably not my greatest decision, probably not my most defining moment, but I decided, you know, what the hell, let's do it. So with that said, in just a couple of minutes, we're going to pop over there. This is about your 60-second warning. In the interview last week, Steven said that only a few games have good mounts. Do you happen to know which games he means? Did he ever say something about which mount system? I have no idea which game he's referring to. Maybe Arcage, maybe Lineage. Arcage had a good mount system, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's what he was referencing. So with that said, you guys got about a minute for any last shots, any last calls. With that said, with as much love and, much love and support as you give my show, if you've got the time and you can hang out with the Golden Feather, or just go in there, give them a like, give them a follow, give them a cat that likes to bat at my hands. Thanks for the entertainment. I'm off to bed. Yeah. Bed is good too. Want to catch these guys once they go live. Sometimes they do a 5-minute clock and then they restart. So it's like, I got to remind them, man. Got to remind them at the end of this. It kind of looks like Steven already made an official statement on the bacon thing. No, he made a statement. And if making a statement and making official statement are two different things. I got to talk to Chibi Bree and Vertec, man. They need to start just a few minutes earlier. If I'm live, they need to be hot, ready to go at 6. Although I think Vertec is getting in from work, so I think that's what kills it. But man, 6 hours. It's like when you're a kid and it's been a long school day, and you're like you're right there at the end of the school day, and you're looking at the clock, and it's like you got that old school clock and you're not sure which minute it is on, and then it hits the 60 and it keeps rolling, and you're like, come on. You stare at the clock for 10 minutes, 5 minutes. So, and it goes backwards. It does that click, and then the bell doesn't ring. And so then it goes like 20 seconds late, and then it rings. And then you get that teacher who you stand up, and the teacher's like, the bell doesn't dismiss you, I dismiss you. And so the next time you're late for class, you look at the teacher and you say, the bell doesn't make me late, my last teacher makes me late. They always love that one. Emergency meeting in the cafeteria. Yeah, right. Anyway, it looks to me like they are going to be on time. Oh, they're playing the same song. They're playing the soundtrack. So here we go, guys. Let's do it. We're going to go hang out with them. I will see you guys on